Good evening. I would like to call to order the Financial Administration and Audit Committee. We are convened as of 5:32 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time on July 13th, 2021. I would respectfully ask everyone attending this meeting to mute yourself unless you are recognized to speak. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Please note that under the current circumstances, the official meetings of the RTD Board of Directors are being held remotely in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. For the immediate future, the official meetings of the Board of Directors will be held via Zoom and will be audio and video recorded. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial minutes of the meetings, will be posted as soon as practicable on the board's website. Please visit rtd-denver.com and stroll to the bottom of the page for the link to the Board of Directors page. Directors and members of staff, for the sake of the record, if you would like to be acknowledged during tonight's proceedings, I would ask you to please raise your virtual hand and wait for me to call you before proceeding to speak. Speaking out of turn will only add confusion to the record and to the proceedings. Directors and staff participating by phone can also raise their virtual hands to indicate that they would like to speak by pressing *9. To toggle your mute setting on the phone, please press *6. Note that we will not be taking public commentary during this meeting. Members of the public interested in speaking directly to the board are encouraged to do so during the monthly board meeting. For future meeting dates, please refer to the board's meeting portal located at rtd.iqm2.com. At RTD, as you all know, safety is our core value, and I'd like to begin this meeting with a short safety briefing. While recent public health orders have relaxed requirements for the use of face coverings in certain settings, please don't let your guard down too soon. As a reminder, the Transit Security Administration, TSA, has extended the federal mask requirement for public transportation until September 13th, 2021. The federal mask requirement states that individuals must wear a face covering while waiting for and while riding public transportation, to include airports and aircraft, train stations and trains, bus stops and buses. RTD also requires that employees and customers continue to wear face coverings, and RTD is taking a cautious approach to returning to pre-pandemic operating practices to ensure the safety of our employees and customers. Transit continues to be an extremely safe way to travel, and there have been no clusters of positive cases linked to transit in the Denver metro area. So again, please consider getting vaccinated. If you have not done so already, wear your face covering in settings where one is required. Practice physical distancing and continue good hygiene practices, and we will end this pandemic sooner than later. Thank you. Let's see. Have the other directors joined the meeting? Yes, I see Director Geisinger has. Has Director Davidson joined us today? Yes, Director Davidson.
Yes.
So,
thank you.
So we have 14 directors present, one absent, that would be Director Deschelle. We have 3 recommended actions on the agenda this evening. Our first recommended action is for the Board of Directors to approve the internal audit function charter. And do I have a motion?
So moved, Director
Malpietti. Okay, I have Director Malpietti as the mover, and the second, was that Director Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. And before we proceed with discussion, we will have a brief board presentation beginning with our CEO and General Manager, Deborah Johnson. Ms. Johnson, please.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Chair, and good evening. As introduced, I am Deborah Johnson, the General Manager and CEO. I am before you this evening to present the internal audit function charter for your consideration, which will guide the RTD's audit work group. The internal audit function adheres to the Institute of Internal Auditors International Professional Practices Framework. RTD's internal audit function charter was last approved by this board in December, or I should say in 2017. Please note this charter differs from the Board of Directors Audit Committee charter which details the work of the Board Audit Committee. The consideration and adoption of staff's recommendation supports one of several recommendations provided to this agency in May by the American Public Transportation Association's peer review panelists, of which I convened following the recommendations put forth by the Office of the State Auditor in December of 2020. I would like to thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Vice Chair, Eric Davidson, as well as Anne-Marie Isaac Heslop, the Manager of Internal and IT Audit, as well as John McKay, Executive Business Partner here in the Executive Office, and Barbara McManus from the Board Office, for working collectively and cooperatively with me in bringing this item to fruition for the committee's consideration. Madam Chair, that concludes my brief report.
Thank you. I would also like to reiterate my thanks to the working group for getting this ready, and would also like to emphasize that it is very much in keeping with the standards that we are looking to adopt, and that we hope to use this as the cornerstone for moving forward with our formal committee charter, as well as amending our bylaws for the board. Is there any discussion? I see Director Broom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will we be receiving quarterly reports on our progress towards meeting the issues that were brought up by the state?
I believe that the function charter, internal audit function charter, makes reference to periodic updates. Because this group will be under the supervision of the board, and at the behest of the board, we could request updates as frequently as we would want. So I guess that's kind of a roundabout way of saying, yes, we can. And if you want to formalize it, we could make that suggestion as a part of an amendment to the motion. I'm sorry, Director Burm, I think you're on mute.
Could somebody speak to that as to whether quarterly is too often, or what they would recommend?
General Manager Johnson?
Yes, if I may. Under other items, I was going to address this, but just for clarification's sake, which I think will be better for the board at this juncture, there's a couple of elements that we anticipate going forward with. And first and foremost, that would be to retain professional services to help us guide our path forward as relates to modifying and basically adopting a practice that is in compliance with the standards. More specifically, what I'd like to share is that RTD will release a request for proposals no later than Friday of this week, seeking that professional expertise that I just referenced in developing and implementing improvement to the agency's internal audit function. And so the intent really is to align the internal audit function with recognized audit standards and practices, as I indicated in my brief report previously, to the Institute of Internal Auditors International Professional Practice Framework, as well as to ensure the efficacy of this function according to auditing best practices. And then more so implement recommendations as I qualified from the Colorado Office of the State Auditor, as well as APTA's internal peer review. So with all that as the backdrop, the outcome of these services will provide RTD with a clear internal audit structure, define the resources necessary to implement this structure, and define the foundational processes, procedures, and reporting necessary for a high-performing corporate governance structure. So with that, without getting into too many specifics relative to the solicitation, the intent is to have us be provided with information that will be optimal for us to go forward, you specifically as a governing body, adhering to benchmarking as well as best practices with other agencies in similar size, especially as we look at maximizing the efficiencies of our enterprise by reducing risk. So with that as the backdrop, we anticipate coming back to you with the help of a consultant, most likely in the fall, outlining where we are to adhere to all the recommendations that have been set forward. I hope that answers your question. If not, I am able and ready to address any more specifics that will aid you in this consideration of this item. Thank you.
Director Broom, does that satisfy your question?
Well, it does, but I think, if you don't get regular reports, sometimes things slip through the cracks, and that's my concern. And this particular issue has been slipping through the cracks since I've been on the board. Thank you.
I agree. It's incumbent upon us as the board to request those briefings as often as we feel necessary. Director Cook.
Yeah, actually, that was what I was going to raise too, based on our experience previously. It did seem as though if it was up to us to initiate that request, it might not happen. It might slip through the cracks, as Director Broom said. And then also in doing some of the background work that Director Tisdale and I had done in looking at committee structures, I ran across agencies who would actually have a standing meeting once a quarter or some period of time where they would look at the audit items. And it seemed like that evidenced the greater attention that I think the peer review committee had said. They did recommend quarterly updates. So whether we specify it here or later, I hope we're able to make sure it's something that's not just initiated by the board or the audit committee, but that's something that's brought forward and is known by staff and our chief audit executive to be brought forward. And so she'll be prepared for that or something. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Cook. Are there any other comments about the internal audit function charter? Director Davidson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm having connectivity issues. My apologies. I just would like to echo the sentiments and say thank you very much, especially to Chair Catlin and to CEO and General Manager Johnson. This has been, I would just assure the other directors, a lot of work has gone into making sure that this does align with the standards. I think it's very clear that this is the next step we need to take. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for highlighting that we will be putting forward an RFP to get some additional expertise to help with those next steps. Director Broom, I think you mentioned the need to address the state audit concerns. That will be a major part of that RFP and that expertise. So anyway, I just wanted to say that thank you and make sure to clarify that this is a very important vote for us to take and an important yes that we need to cast. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Davidson. Director Cook, I see your hand is raised. Do you have additional comments? No? Okay. Are there any other comments? If not, we'll proceed to the vote. I guess to expedite things, I would ask right now if there are any no votes on this motion. Seeing none, the motion passes 14 in favor, 1 absent, that being Director Deschel. The second recommended action that we have is for the Board of Directors to adopt resolution number to be determined, series of 2021, to amend and appropriate funds to increase the 2021 amended budget by $194.6 million to $1,860.7 million. Is there a motion?
So moved, Director Williams.
Director Williams, is there a
Second, Rivera Malpietti.
Yeah, Rivera Malpietti. Now I would like to have the General Manager CEO Johnson kick this off, and then followed by a presentation from our CFO Doug McLeod. General Manager CEO Johnson, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very kindly for the opportunity. And in doing so, my introduction will be short because we are in great hands with our subject matter expert, being our Chief Financial Officer, who will present to you the 2020 amended budget as it relates to where we currently stand, as it relates to unforeseen funding that we have had and decisions that were made prior to us knowing the circumstance that we do know now. So with that, Mr. McLeod, I will yield the floor to you for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. McLeod?
Thank you, Chair Catlin, and thank you, General Manager Johnson. I am joined this evening by Todd Nickel. Todd Nickel oversees our budget development process. So he's here to help me answer any specific questions. Before I start the presentation, just a couple of items. There is one attachment that we included in the package that we will be replacing. It's attachment B. We did upload the wrong attachment. I apologize for that. That is the change in capital expenditures. However, we do list those out in the presentation as well as the board items. So that will be updated tomorrow for the board package for the full board to consider next week. Also wanted to mention that we have made available a hard copy for public viewing in the board office as is required. We do that each time we post a budget for consideration. So that is available for the public in addition to the electronic copy that's available on the board website. So with that, I will share my screen. I have a 10-slide presentation to go through. Okay, so within the board package that you have, there's a lot more detail regarding the budget and what specific changes are going to be made pending board approval. This slide presentation is really intended to hit the highlights, and then we can answer any specific questions you may have afterwards or leading up to the full board meeting. So let's see, there we go. Okay, just to go through the adopted budget background to go back in time and talk about where we were the last time the board appropriated a budget for RTD. So in November 2020, a lot has been learned since that time, but in November 2020, the board did approve the adopted budget for 2021. There was a lot of uncertainty at that time. In fact, the midterm financial plan was only approved for 2 of the 6 years at that time because there was so much uncertainty. But within the adopted budget that we're currently working under, it assumed that we would maintain our service levels at 60% of the pre-COVID levels. It also assumed that there would be layoffs, furloughs, and pay reductions enacted starting in January of 2021. There would be no new capital expenditures with 2 exceptions. There were 2 small items, relatively small, a $16 million new capital expenditure for electric buses and a $1 million expenditure for some information technology needs. All other capital expenditures have been delayed just due to the financial issues that were being faced at the time. And then finally, the other big item was a deferral of all state of good repair maintenance projects. So this is related to the capital expenditures. We have about $200 million in backlogged capital expenditures requiring a state of good repair. A good portion of those backlogged expenditures are replacement of vehicles, particularly buses. Most of those, well, all of those state of good repair projects were pushed off into 2022 and beyond due to the funding constraints. So that's where we were in November of 2020. So the purpose of an amended budget is to allow us to amend budgets at any time throughout the year at the board's discretion and with the board's approval to change the appropriation. So generally we come to the board with those amendments when they are required. Since so much has changed since the adoption of the 2021 amended budget, we do need to make some changes that we'd like the board to consider. The purpose of an amended budget is to continue to restrict expenditures to authorized uses. So RTD staff cannot spend funding unless the board appropriates it. It's also to adjust for new information and needs. Our budgetary controls are fairly specific. So when the board approves an appropriation, those appropriations are by project, they're by line item, et cetera. So in order to change that, we do need board approval if it exceeds a certain threshold. So here's a summary of the specific changes that have occurred since the 2021 adopted budget was approved in November. So we do know that fair revenue is trending lower than what was budgeted. The initial budget, the adopted budget, assumed $88 million in fair revenue. That was just a best guess at the time. There was assumptions made that ridership recovery would happen a little bit faster than it has happened in the first 6 months. So RTD had budgeted $88 million in fair revenue. Right now, we're trending more on the range of $68 million. So you'll see the numbers here shortly of what that looks like in our new budget. We did receive a sales and use tax forecast update from the University of Colorado Lead School of Business. We receive that twice a year and incorporate that in our budgets. So the March sales and use tax forecast forecast was presented to the board in April. Those new numbers will be incorporated in this amended budget if approved. We also found out in January about the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, also known as CRRSA. That is a $203 million relief appropriation, COVID relief appropriation from the FTA. We found out about that after the budget was appropriated, and we would like to incorporate that in the amended budget. I should also mention there is a third appropriation. So the first was the CARES Act in 2020. We have the CRRSA Act that we were appropriated or apportioned in January and executed the award in May. We were also in March apportioned a new round of funding called the ARPA Act, American Rescue Plan Act. That appropriation is $338 million. We just yesterday received guidance on the appropriate expenditures for that ARPA award, and we will be bringing that to the board to discuss intended uses at a future date. But generally, that guidance follows exactly the same as the CARES and the CRRSA, which is really to maintain operations. There are a couple of different items attached to that ARPA funding, particularly the time frame in which it must be drawn. But however, it should be used for operations, maintaining operations, paying payroll, etc. Other items that we've learned of since then is because of the CRRSA funding, we have, as the board knows, enhanced our service. We did call back our laid off frontline employees in January immediately. So we've been bearing the cost of those wages and compensation for benefits since that time, and will continue to do so with the June and September run boards, where service is being enhanced. We did have a large refinancing of one of our fast tracks bond series that saved $129 million. We will recognize about $20 million this year. And then we've had a few state of good repair critical needs that have arisen. So to break this down into the components of what will change with the amended budget versus the 2021 adopted budget, the fair revenue or the revenue will change by $212 million in total. That consists of lower fair revenue going from $88 million down to $68 million projected for fair revenue, so a $20 million decrease there. The CU Leads forecast projects higher sales and use tax revenues of $28 million. And I would say at least through May, we just received those numbers. We are trending even actually a little bit above where CU Leads had anticipated we'd be. So that looks like a pretty solid number there. And then grant revenue, we'd like to increase that by $204.3 million. And just as a note, the board does not necessarily appropriate revenue. That's an estimate. The board appropriates the other side, which is the expenditure side, as well as fund balances. So this is just setting the stage for how do we afford to pay for these increases that we are requesting in the amended budget. So on the operating expense side, what we're asking the board to approve is a $59.1 million increase in the 2021 budget. The majority of that is tied to the service restoration. So with the new run boards and the retainage of frontline employees and the associated costs due to those activities, $49.3 million of the $59 million is attributable to service restoration. We also discussed with the board earlier this year and received board approval to eliminate the planned furloughs, pay cuts. There were also overtime items, and a lot of that overtime is basically built into schedules of operators. That was eliminated in the 2021 budget. That has been restored or eliminated in terms of the furloughs and pay cuts. That has a cost of $4.7 million. And this was discussed when we talked about the CRRSA appropriation of funding and the plans for RTD to spend that. We do have some facilities maintenance needs of $2 million that would fall under operating expenses. Almost half of that is due to Safer Main Streets grant, so that will be partially funded by the grant itself. We also have the fair study and equity analysis. The initial estimate for the cost of that is $2 million. That will be refined over time, but we'd like to have an appropriation of $2 million to kick that process off or to fund that process. It's already been kicked off. And then we have some miscellaneous needs, including some cybersecurity needs, recruiting of employees for the new run boards, and some other IT needs that have arisen since that initial budget was approved by the board. And then finally, you can see we have an interest expense decrease of $20.5 million. That will all be realized by fast tracks, of course. Moving into the capital expenditure realm. So we do have some pretty critical needs that have arisen in the last 6 months. We knew about these items. Each one of these items is on the state of good repair asset management list. As I mentioned, all of these projects have been pushed off into 2022 or later because of funding issues. Those items have become very critical in certain cases in terms of safety, compliance, et cetera. We'd really like to get those items fixed now that we believe we have the funding to do so. We have some issues at East Metro with mechanic pits. Those are the pits that the mechanics are in when the bus parks on top of it so they can work on the underside of the vehicles. We have lifts, hoists, and crane replacements that are necessary. Some of those issues have to do with the new rolling stock that we're getting. So with electric buses, our current hoist won't lift those heavier buses with the batteries. But most of that equipment is very old at this point, hard to find parts, and is in critical need of replacement. The Oracle upgrade, this was approved in previous budgets, but was delayed. So the current version of Oracle that we are working on, Oracle was initially, it's Enterprise Resource System, ERP. It's our main system for our financial records right now. We had already converted part of that over to Workday for the HR functions and some payroll functions. The remainder of the Oracle software that we use generally for procurement and finance, all of our financial records are in there. That version, R12, is no longer supported. We originally installed this Oracle in 2008 and have upgraded to the extent possible to the more recent versions, but now Oracle won't support this current version. Everything's moving to hosted services or software as a service platforms. So we had started the process of replacing Oracle. We estimate that cost to be about $4 million. We'd gathered all the business requirements, then the COVID crisis hit. We put that on hold, and we would like to start that up. That's about an 18-month replacement project. We have not yet identified a replacement application. That would be a part of the process if this funding is approved. And then I won't go through the rest of these, but these are other critical items that have arisen that require additional funding. The other item I should mention is capital expenditure carry forward. This can be a little confusing. So we talked about $13.1 million in new capital. This is capital. New capital is new capital that we had not ever budgeted or appropriated for previously. There is previously appropriated capital that we carry forward. So if you can imagine, we have a lot of projects that span fiscal years, and each year the board approves a fiscal year budget. So some of these larger projects that we have, the expenditures for them will cross over into the next fiscal year. When the budget is adopted in November, we don't know exactly what that carryover will be, and so we do an estimate. So once we get past year end, we know exactly how much will be carried over. So we need to adjust that amount by $69.2 million. And essentially what happens is the funding was already identified and appropriated in the previous year. We're just bringing that funding and the expenditure forward to say it will be spent in the current year. So to summarize the components of what we're asking for in the amended budget, so we have the revenue increase of $212 million, operating expense increase of $59 million, a $20 million decrease in interest expense, new CapEx of $13.1 million, the carry forward of $69.2 million. And then this shows as a negative, but essentially that difference of $73 million goes into the unrestricted fund balance. So essentially we're building up our fund balances to be used at a future date. The CRISA funding is included in the $212 million, the $204 million. And we had discussed with the board using that CRISA funding over 6 run boards. So we've included 2 run boards here. The difference would fall into our unrestricted fund balance to be used at a future date. The total appropriation is 194. Total additional appropriation is 194.6, with 73.6 million of that going into our savings or our fund balance account. The reason why the 212 does not equal the 194 is we had some adjustments when you look at the adopted budget versus the amended budget. There were certain assumptions with some of the fund balances. For instance, you may recall that we discussed using some of the fast tracks funds to help fund fast tracks. That no longer is applicable, so that accounts for part of that difference between the 212 and 194. So regardless, the full funding is included in the board package itself, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on that here in a few minutes. So what happens next? So this is just the amended budget at mid-year to amend 2021 to align our expenditures with how we see the rest of 2021 shaping up. We will be coming to the board in the September board meetings with a draft midterm financial plan. That's our 6-year plan for 2022 through 2027. Once that is, that'll give a pretty good outlook of what the forecast is for the next 6 years, and I'm sure it will generate plenty of discussion. We will include ARPA funding, et cetera, in that. Sorry. And in October, we'll be bringing the midterm financial plan for full approval to the board, which will include a 2022 requested budget. So in our midterm financial plan, the very first year is the budget, requested budget, then we have 5 years of forecast. So those coincide. The development of the midterm financial plan helps us develop the budget for 2022 based on guidance from the board of directors. Then in November of 2021, this year, we would ask for the 2022 requested budget approval, just like we did last November. So that's a look ahead of what's coming with budgets and forecasts. And then just some items to expect that we know about that we'll have to address and discuss. There's still a lot of ridership and fare uncertainty. We hope that as more information comes in, as we experience more actual ridership, fare results, as well as expenditure results throughout this year, we'll have a better idea as we come into the final months of this year and ask for a forecast and a budget approval from the board. We still think that there's going to be constraints on our expenditures, and we would, as part of the strategic plan, we've discussed aligning those expenditures with success outcomes. So that will be a really important part of the policy decision-making and how we align our budget with what our success outcomes, as opposed to doing the other way around where we address individual issues. This way it should be targeted with what funding we have available to achieve those success outcomes in the strategic plan. And then of course, the one big item looming out there is the addressing the asset state of good repair. We intend to really clean up that list and really go through it with a fine-tooth comb again now that we have more information, and bring to the board those critical items that we think need to be funded to maintain the assets that we do have in a state of good repair. So Madam Chair, that is all that I have for this presentation, and Todd and I would be happy to take any questions. You're on mute, Chair. Madam Chair, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Thank you. I apologize. I do see that Director Rosenthal has his hand raised. Director Rosenthal, do you have a question of Mr. McLeod?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. McLeod, for that update. So you briefly mentioned the reserves, and when do you anticipate that that would be up to the 3 months that we were hoping for?
Great question. And with the current calculation, and we did put in the board memo that with this budget, with the amended budget, we would be up to 4.1 months of reserves. The fiscal policy sets a target of 3 months. So that 4.1 months is above our fiscal target. Big reason for that is because we are getting funding from the CRISA funding. However, that funding will be spread out over several years. So it's a little inflated at this point where we're drawing down that CRISA funding right now. It brings up our fund balance to 4 months of operating expenses. But I would anticipate as we go through time and expend that money, we'll come back down to the 3 month parameters.
Okay, and it is okay with the federal parameters that allow, because if the money is supposed to go towards retaining employees and operations, I guess is reserves considered part of operations for their purposes?
Not necessarily for the grant draws themselves. So in terms of the grants, these COVID relief grants are very similar to all of our other grants in that we must expend eligible funds first, then ask for reimbursement. Those grants require that we draw those funds based on those eligible expenditures. So in the case of these 3 apportionments, those all require operating expenses to be used to draw that funding. So what we're doing is we're drawing the funding from CRISA, for instance, based on wages and benefits for our frontline employees, as well as purchase transportation for bus and rail. So we are drawing that funding for its intended purposes per the FTA. So what's happening with the other funding that you'll see that doesn't apply to those purposes is we're using sales and use taxes. That it's basically RTD money. But yes, as we draw that funding, we're using expenditures that FTA said you should use to maintain your services, which we've done, for instance, keeping employees employed rather than layoffs. And then when we don't spend, any of the money that we don't spend falls down into our reserves to be used for a later date.
Okay, and 2 other quick questions. So in terms of, if I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
All right. So are there any other employees who are still furloughed or laid off at this point? Because I did get an email from someone who said he was still either furloughed or laid off.
I'll ask General Manager Johnson to respond to that, please.
So thank you very much for that question, Mr. McLeod. So in reference to your question, Director Rosenthal, without having an understanding of what employee you're referencing, of which we would not talk specifically here, but recognizing we recalled all of our frontline employees, there could have been some other reduction in force that did not fall within those auspices of frontline employees. So to the extent of the answer to your question, yes, all frontline operators and mechanics were recalled as indicated. There are some that decided not to rejoin the RTD, but at this juncture, we are not leveraging any furloughs, nor are we engaged in active reductions in force.
Does that answer your question, Director Rosenthal?
It does, and I forwarded the email to the board office, so perhaps they're still researching it and looking into that matter. And then the final question. So, Mr. McLeod, you mentioned some outstanding maintenance that still has to be done, and obviously you have a priority list of things that, some are super duper important, some are super important, and then you go down the line. So for example, the Dayton station, it looks very rusty, and I'm wondering, so like in terms of stations like that need a paint job, that need to be, restored a bit, where do they fit in that list? Approximately, obviously you may not have the list in front of you. I totally get that. But it'd be nice to know kind of generally where they fit. Thank you.
I'll ask Henry Stoppelkamp to reply to that, please.
And so this, if I may, Madam Chair. Can anybody hear me? Okay, then I'll go ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay. So as far as the Dayton station, we have just finished doing 30 plus stations across the district and ranking them in order of priority. The Dayton station, believe it or not, is number 26 out of like 32 or 33. It is not the prettiest, but it's structurally sound. And so we're looking at the structures, we're looking at ADA accessibility and degradation, and then we get into the aesthetics. So that's why Dayton, and I agree with you, it does not look good. But compared to the other stations structurally and functionally, it is better than a lot of them.
Thank you.
I believe we may have lost the chair.
I think we may have. I just am reaching out to her. I'll go ahead and go in order here. Director Broom, looks like you have, first of all, Director Rosenthal, did that answer your questions?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Broom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we getting ourselves into a position where we're heavily dependent upon federal appropriations to deal with the COVID-19 situation? Someday that money is going to come to an end. How do we make sure that we don't build ourselves into too big of a budget that we were not going to be able to afford once those federal funds start to dry up?
Great question. This is Doug McLeod. And so, yes, that is very much a concern of RTD staff and General Manager Johnson. We discussed that at length internally. One of the things that we're trying to be very careful of is be very judicious with how we allocate this spending. So with the CRISA funding, when we received that funding, we decided we need to spread this over a period of time rather than spending it immediately, not knowing what the future holds. Same probably will go with the ARPA funding. So it's really intended to bridge the gap. And what we're really trying to avoid is to get into a situation where we're using one-time funding that won't be recovered or stabilized on a long-term basis for ongoing costs. So for instance, our 85% service levels that have been suggested with the new run boards, 85% of pre-COVID levels. Part of that is staffing levels. Part of that is also funding levels. We need to be very careful that we don't expend these one-time funds on recurring expenses only to find ourselves back in the same position that we were in earlier in 2020. So I don't know, General Manager Johnson, do you want to add anything to that?
So thank you very much, Mr. McLeod and Director Broom. Thank you very much for that question. And to the point that Mr. McLeod raised, especially going back to Director Rosenthal's comments about employees and reduction in force, that's why we are using the monies as intended to support operations. We want to ensure that we have people power so we can provide a level of service that is warranted. And as we go forward, we're going to evaluate the level of service to meet the needs in which are readily apparent on the streets, but also not exceed the amount of revenue hours that we can allocate in our budget. So as we go forward, and Mr. McLeod referenced the success outcomes, tying that all together. So as we do budgetary planning, we are doing it in such a way to optimize the resources in which we have, recognizing through the American Public Transportation Association's dialogues that I've been involved with, that we are optimistic that there could be a resurgence as it relates to ridership levels sometime in the 2023, early 2024 timeframe, which these monies, as he indicated, the ARPA funds are there to help bridge the gap as we go forward. So that's something that we were looking at with a laser-like focus, and we'll be sure to keep you all apprised as we go forward in any type of budget developmental processes. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Director Rosenthal? And forgive me, I lost my internet connection momentarily, so I missed some of that. But
we're actually on Director Broom right now. He had asked a question about sustainability and the federal funding, and the budgeting, etc.
Okay. Are you finished, Director Rosenthal? Because I think next in the queue is Director Lewis.
Looks like Director Davidson. Apparently, I recognize Director Broom. I guess apologies to Director Lewis.
It's all good. I'll speak. I appreciate it.
Please, Director Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate it. Doug, I really appreciate this presentation, and it's very thorough. I'm very excited that we are beginning to build our unrestricted fund balance. That is something I get excited about now. I'm in my 30s, and so thank you for that. I had a quick question about the deferred projects list, because it appears that we are maybe chipping away at that a bit, which is also very exciting for me. And I'm curious as to what percentage, if you might, or what is still left over on that list as we are beginning to chip away a bit in this conversation.
Mr. McLeod, can you answer that, or?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question, Director Lewis. And that's a great question. Asset management oversees the state of good repair and the state of our assets. They're constantly refining that list. The last list that we had was in November 2005. There's been some changes to that, and they're currently working on updating that for the next midterm financial planning process. At that point in time, there was $205 million in backlog projects. So that's a significant number. I believe it was about 40 to 50% of that was tied to buses. So approximately, actually it was about 60 or 70 million. So the bulk of the single project needs in there was replacement of our buses, which had been started, but put on hold due to COVID and funding constraints. And our policy has been to try to avoid taking on more debt to buy rolling stock. So we're trying to fund those with cash going forward to keep the cost lower. So that was put on hold. We have a whole lot of other infrastructure type projects. Some things that come to mind is wire, overhead catenary wire replacement, those types of things, just to maintain a state of good repair. We'll be refining that list, but I would assume that the magnitude is still in the 150 to $200 million range, because what's happened is we've kicked the can down the road, so to speak. So it's built up to $200 million in November of last year. And as we go through time, more assets need to be maintained and get added to that list. So we're basically building that list. And I think Henry could attest to the backlog of items that we have. But yes, we would intend to prioritize those through that process and ask the board to fund those as funding becomes available. And frankly, the focus has really been to this point on opening new lines and putting things in place, which took a lot of energy, a lot of resources. And now I think it'll be great to really address the state of good repair needs and maintain what we do have. And I too am very happy about the unrestricted fund balance.
Thank you so much.
Question?
It does, and I don't have any others. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good question. Director Broom, your hand is still raised. Do you have additional questions or comments? I believe you're still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I was pushing the wrong black button here. The only question that's still out there for me is when is the end as far as how far you can push out this federal funding, that you lose it because you didn't use it?
Mr. McLeod?
Thank you. And so it wasn't very specific on the CARES and the CRISA funding. However, we're not too concerned with that. We've already drawn down all the CARES funding, and the CRISA funding we intend to draw down in this fiscal year. With the ARPA funding, that was a little more specific from the FTA, where they had set a time frame in which the funding for recipients has to be obligated by September 30th of 2024. And then all funding has to be drawn by September 30th of 2029. So the obligation would be to identify what expenditures will be used to draw that funding for that grant. And then the 2029 date is when the grants close. So if you haven't drawn the money by 2029, you lose, basically. So my assumption from those dates is that the FTA expects recipients to spread that money out over that time frame, and that they're not expecting to apportion additional funding. So knowing that, that's one of the reasons why we're spreading the funding, hopefully spreading the funding uses out. We will draw that funding as quickly as we can, however.
Thank you.
Good question. But I think that, as we discussed before, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. McLeod, that we probably have more expenditures that are eligible than there are funds available. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely right. And in a typical year, we usually have these are the same 5307 funds. That's a formula grant, so it's Section 5307 grants. We have preventive maintenance grants that we draw every year in addition to these COVID grants that we received. We have way more than enough expenditures to draw the preventive maintenance grants, and we want to be able to draw all three apportionments probably in a single year, but because we're spreading them out over years, I anticipate for sure we'll be able to have enough expenditures to draw the CRISA funding and maybe start drawing the ARPA funding this year as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Director Brewer, did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
Yes. Are there any other comments or questions of Mr. McLeod? I think we will proceed with the vote on the recommended action, with Director Williams being the mover, Chair Rivera-Melpietty being the second. Also noting that attachment B will be replaced for the full board meeting next week. And also a reminder that this is just amending the budget that was approved in November of 2020 for 2021, and that during the course of any year, we have an opportunity as circumstances change to amend a budget again. So with that, I'd like to call for a vote. Are there any And Director Broom, your hand is still up. I'm assuming that's not a negative vote for the motion, but are there any directors who are opposed to this motion? If there are, I would ask you to raise your hand. Seeing none, the motion passes 14 in favor, 1 absent. Our third recommended action is for the RTD Board of Directors to authorize the RTD General Manager or her designee to implement the transfer of $12 million from the Fast Track's internal savings account, the FISA, to fund the Northwest Rail Peak Service Study and to enter into all required contracts to complete the study within the board-approved project budget. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would make the motion reserving my right to make an amendment after the discussion, and I plan to make that amendment.
Thank you. Chair Geisinger, is there or Director Geisinger, is there a second?
Second.
Busick? Okay. Director Geisinger and Director Busick. With that, I believe General Manager and CEO Johnson has some introductory remarks, and then Henry Stoppelkamp, our AGM of Capital Programs, will give a presentation. So General Manager Johnson.
Yes, thank you once again, Madam Chair, and good evening. As previously stated, I'm Deborah Johnson, General Manager and CEO. So as a follow-up to the February 9th, 2021 study session, which was focused on the Northwest Rail Corridor, and subsequently the April 6th, 2021 presentation to the board regarding developing a common understanding to this agency's approach to assess the Northwest Rail Peak Service Study, I committed to this body that I would work in earnest and engage with our stakeholders, elected leaders, representing the corridor, the governor, as well as the congressional delegation. And my team and I have done just that and met every milestone established before this body in February and then later in April. Multiple meetings have taken place since this board last met on this subject in April and supported staff's approach for a level 2 study, including a planning and environmental review and outreach ranging in cost from $5 to $8 million. The culmination of those meetings with jurisdictional staff aided in developing the recommendation for this body's consideration this evening. Before I yield the floor to Mr. Stoppelkamp, Assistant General Manager of Capital Programs, who will be making a presentation this evening as indicated by the chair, I would like to thank him, as well as Bill Van Meter, our Assistant General Manager of Planning, and their respective staff for all of their hard work they put forth in getting us to this point this evening. Moreover, I'd be remiss not to extend my appreciation to our agency's partners, the jurisdictional staff in particular along the project corridor, who provided invaluable assistance over the course of the past 3 months in developing this approach you will hear about this evening. I would ask at this juncture that all of you hold your questions until after Mr. Stoppelkamp's presentation, as to enable for a more robust and engaged dialogue. Thank you for your cooperation. And with that, I will now yield the virtual floor to Mr. Stoppelkamp. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager Johnson. Henry, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, General Manager and Madam Chair and board members. I'm going to try to share the screen, and I hopefully will have a screen that, do you see the Board of Directors report on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, Henry Stoppelkamp, AGM of Capital Programs. And tonight, I'm bringing to you the follow-up from previous discussions, as the General Manager has pointed out, on the Northwest Rail Peak Service. And I won't go into the board report. Basically, the board report is requesting 2 items. One is for the funding of the peak service study from the FISA account. And then the second one is authorizing Ms. Johnson to enter into all required contracts to push the study through. So I'm coming up to the first slide. So this slide is slide 1 from the board packet on page 52. So let's get started with this PowerPoint, and we'll go through, and then we'll answer questions afterwards. So wanted to go into the Northwest Rail implementation needs. This slide everybody has seen before. We've had this in the April packet, but this really covers most of the key elements that are needed to be examined in order to determine the impacts to the community, RTD, BNSF, and the overall cost for a peak service operation. So back in April 6, 2021, we presented the board basically three levels of study. The board supported the level 2, which included a planning and environmental linkage study, a PEL, to look at some of the technology impacts, community involvement, timeline of 18 to 24 months, and around $5 to $8 million. Now that number has increased, and I'll get into that in just a second. But the elements included in that $12 million, it's not just the preliminary, the planning and environmental linkage study. It is the BNSF doing their design and looking at their impacts. It's modeling across the corridor. It's staff time, project management support, and contingency within there. Now, we have met with the local jurisdictions and received their comments, the Front Range Passenger Rail, and looking at positioning this project for all federal funding. So with that, the scope has increased, and we're still trying to hold to the 18 months to 2 years. But as the scope and complexity changes, it does affect the overall budget and time frame, and we'll get into that in a little bit more detail. So where are we today? So today, we started back in March in 2021 after our briefing of the board in February this year, but working with CDOT, Front Range Passenger Rail, on a memorandum of understanding. We've been working with the BNSF to develop a scope of work for their design for the corridor, modeling, this is the sidings, and what does the operations look like. And the goal is by the end of 2021, puts us into, hopefully we'll have a PEL consultant on notice and ready to go forward. Our goal is to issue the request for proposal later this summer. And so what's included in that proposal, and this gets down to what we promised to come back to the board with an outline of the overall scope, what we're looking at. So from the operating plans, we're looking at travel times, looking at operators, headway schedule. In order to position ourselves for federal funding, we're looking at bus operations. How do the buses tie into the corridors? On the preliminary design, we're looking at the impacts of the BNSF for the corridor, the sidings, potential at-grade crossings, grade separations, and then the BNSF will be doing part of it, and then the PEL consultant will also be taking on some of that role for the design side. Environmental impacts, noise, vibration, quiet zones, environmental justice issues will be examined through the outcome of the design. We'll identify key properties that are needed. What are the impacts to, once again, the communities, so we can gather all that information and come up with the overall understanding of the project. Key agreements, enter into any IGAs throughout the process, figure out what is needed for the communities, what's needed for us. Colorado Public Utilities Commission, entering into agreements with BNSF. And then if the Front Range passenger service looks like it's going forward with Amtrak, what are the agreements we need to be in with them to help push the project forward? And the big one is the risk mitigation, the impacts to the communities, RTD, BNSF, and look at possible mitigations. So we are working on the phase 1 approach. to answer these questions. So then we can enter phase 2, which will be seeking the funding, the property, and moving forward with the project. But that phase 2 is not part of this overall project. So what are we looking at? Bottom line, we got key tasks with the overall study. This is how everything ties in. Once we start setting the parameters, it locks in various assumptions. So we had to make sure that we mutually agree on what those base assumptions are. So when we started looking at the peak service, for example, back in 2014, 15, and 16, trying to reduce the overall cost, that's where we came into the concept of basically 3 trains in the morning, 3 trains in the afternoon, mitigating the amount of infrastructure requirements on the BNSF. The outreach, we want to hear from the public, but we also want to share information back and forth. But we're not looking at readdressing some of the core understandings of the peak service rail plan. This is not what was identified in the original 2004 for the corridor. We're just focusing on the peak rail service. So as far as project characteristics, when we go to slide or page 58, the key elements of the project, we're looking at the engineering and the planning work from Westminster 72nd Station to Longmont, 35 miles. You know, the first 6 miles are completed. That's the B line. It is in operation. Our goal would be to overlap the Northwest peak service with the B line. Looking at the operational modeling for the rail and bus, one of the requests that came out from several of our stakeholders was to explore potential sharing of a maintenance facility with the Front Range passenger operations. One of the challenges is they still haven't identified their fleet and we haven't identified our fleet. So a lot of guesswork has to be put into that, which has also increased the complexity of the project. 4 new sidings, approximately 2 miles each. This is what's required to make the BNSF whole, so they can pull their trains into the sidings and we can go past them. So this mitigates the impacts to their operations. We've got the 8 stations we've talked about over the years. There's 38 at-grade crossings through this corridor. That's where we're talking with the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. How much involvement do we need at this point, or do we need that at a later date? Potential grade separations. If we've got sidings at the same locations of the at-grade crossings, we don't want to park a train blocking a major street for 15, 20 minutes. And there's also 23 waterway crossings on the corridor. So as you can see, it is a very complex corridor. So that gets into the overall study. The PEL study will integrate a lot of work from different entities. So on this slide, we've tried to capture the various components with an overall study that will provide a report, plan, schedules, cost estimate, and a risk register. And in that risk register, it'll identify the key components, the biggest risks to the projects, mitigation strategies. But the BNSF will do the operational modeling for all the railroads. They'll do the guideway design, and they'll also do the PTC, the positive train control. But we're going to keep that down at a very low level because our equipment is not compatible with their equipment today. We can integrate, but we don't know what our fleet's going to look like in our PTC system in 3 to 5 years. Public and stakeholder engagement, part of that will be done by the consultant. Part of that we're already doing, working with our jurisdictional stakeholders today. RTD will be responsible for the overall management along with our stakeholders. We're looking at ridership models with an on-call consultant that we have on board today. Potential site identification for maintenance facility. We'll talk about the agreements. On the far side, vehicle technology, we have found, we believe, at least one vehicle that meets the needs of this corridor. So we will do an outreach and find out what kind of fleet are the potential, what do we have as potential, and realizing that the fleets are evolving and what will it look like in a couple years plus. So the PEL study consultant will integrate all this information. It will facilitate two-way communications with the public and the stakeholders. We'll have the bus service plan, stations, looking at multimodal access, the park and rides, the environmental issues, the noise, vibration, environmental impacts, cost estimates, and the activities are scheduled for the implementation of a project. That's the deliverable from this firm or consortium coming together to help us out. But it is multiple contracts being managed by RTD to get the information out. So we talked about the jurisdictional stakeholders over on the right-hand side in the red box. You've got, I don't need to read them, but this is the group that we are working with. We have shared the scope of work for the study. They've all made comments to the scope of work, added some, modified, raised some concerns. The next slide will go into a little bit of that, and that's what's been added into the overall scope that has raised the overall dollar amount. We are working with the Front Range Passenger Rail, Southwest Chief, Amtrak, Colorado Department of Transportation on an MOU, which will be coming to the board in the near future. And we're planning on putting the RFP, request for proposal, for late summer, next month, first part of September. I want to get out of the street as fast as possible so we can award a contract by the end of 2021. So local stakeholder, jurisdictional stakeholders review of the PEL scope of work. These are the key elements that have been requested that we look into in a little bit more detail. More integration with the Front Range Passenger Rail. This includes potential sharing maintenance facility with them, also potentially using the same piece of property for the State 119 bus rapid transit. So we can find a property big enough to tie all three together. We may see savings, but it makes it more complex going forward. We've had a request for more review cycles. Challenge with review cycles, we update work so it adds an extra step in there, but it also impacts the overall schedule. There was a request for more transit-oriented development support. The establishment of capital costs and operating costs for B-line changes. How do we deal with DTO? And then there was some requests for interim steps throughout the B-line. So as of right now, we're looking at overlapping this peak service with the current B-line operations. And there was a request for a level 3 study, even though the board has pushed for or recommended, I guess not recommended, gave the nod ahead for a level 2 study and a request for federal oversight. Those were not accepted. As we move forward, the level 2 study is becoming a level 2 plus with the positioning for federal funding. So it's not quite where we were in April. We've taken the request from the local jurisdictions, put it in. We're evaluating. We met with them last week. We've got a meeting again tomorrow with them. But the overall cost estimate has increased to $12 million. The elements included are the PEL consultant, BNSF, the modeling, staff time, project management, contingency. On a positive note, we have applied for a Rebuilding America Infrastructure Sustainability and Equity Planning Grant, a RAISE grant, went in yesterday, and several letters of recommendation from the region and from the governor and one of the representatives. So we are moving forward with that. So bottom line, what does the study give us? A better understanding of Northwest Rail peak service. We're identifying the risk mitigation to build and operate the service. A lot of the impacts to the community and RTD. We're looking for project capital costs, operational costs, and operational characteristics. So with that, Madam Chair, General Manager, I would turn it over for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stoppelkamp. I do have some concerns and comments, and I will talk about those later, but I'd first like to call on Director Geisinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned earlier, I would like to propose an amendment, and the amendment is to the amount of money in the recommended action to bring it back down to the $8 million that were in the level 2 as a maximum in the level 2, plus a contingency of 10%. So the new recommended action would read, with my amendment, would read for the RTD Board of Directors to authorize the RTD General Manager or her designee to implement the transfer of $8 million plus 10% contingency for a total of $8,800,000 from the Fast Tracks Internal Savings Account, or FISA, to fund the Northwest Rail Peak Service Study and to enter into all required contracts to complete this study within the board-approved project budget.
Do I hear a second?
The second agrees with that amendment.
I heard two people. One was Director Busick and the other was?
Yeah, this is Director Busick. I think it was amendment to her initial motion, and I'm the second on that, and I agree with the amendment.
Okay, so we have a move to amend the proposed recommended action by Director Geisinger and a second by Director Busick. Now we are going to have a discussion regarding the proposed amendment, but I would first like to ask Assistant General Manager Stoppelkamp what would have to be eliminated from your presentation's scope of work in order to keep that budget under the $8 million.
Well, if I may, Madam Chair.
Please.
The scope of work has expanded to look at, I mean, the big one is the coordination with the Front Range Passenger Rail. They don't have any funding, so in order for us to do a lot of the coordination, we've had to put that in the budget. So we want to work with them, and I think we can, but the complexity of working with unknowns, we just had to define what that scope is up front. That's probably one of the biggest key elements. And the other one is what activities relate to the peak service and determining the overall cost and the impacts. So there are elements in there that are nice to have, but they don't drive the overall, the greater risk to the project. So what I'd like to do is meet with our stakeholders tomorrow, and we've got that meeting already set up, and listen to them and see what they're willing to pull back. But yes, we can answer that question. And there may be less reviews that we spend on review cycles on the project. The design, instead of doing a 30, 60, 90, 100, it'll be a 30 and 100%, and we take our takeoff off of that versus doing steps in between. So those are the types of things that we can pull out, but there are elements that have been requested by our stakeholders that, like I said, they add value to the overall project, but they are more of a nice to have, and the risk factor is so much smaller than some of the bigger items. So I'd just like to throw one out there for you. If we end up having an at-grade crossing that we don't understand to start with, we're talking a $20 to $30 million hit to the project. Some of these other ones, we're talking extra $1 million if we miss something. So overall magnitude, there are some huge risk items that we really need to focus on. And so we can share with the board at a later date of the areas that we're going to pull back out. We can do that quick briefing next week if this does go forward before the vote. but we can modify the overall scope to make that work. And the general manager and I have spent a lot of time today talking about it, and along with Bill Van Meter, Assistant General Manager Planning. So there are options out there.
Thank you, Mr. Stoppelkamp. I for one recall when we approved this level 2 that there was a great deal of concern about even that expenditure. I know Director Geisinger would actually like to provide some context about her proposed amendment. Director Geisinger, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to join our general manager in really thanking Henry Stoppelkamp and Bill Van Meter and your staffs and General Manager Johnson for all the hard work and for the community discussions that they've engaged with, largely with the local staff up in the Northwest Corridor. And I appreciate, I worked with Henry Stoppelkamp and Ms. Johnson today to put together an amendment that I hope they will support and encourage, and I'd like to ask them to speak to it in just a minute. I'd also say that I reached out to a number of the stakeholders in the Northwest Corridor who had been involved in some of these meetings, and they agree that this is a better approach to keep the cost down. So following up a little bit on Chair Catlin's question at Ms. Johnson or Mr. Stoppelkamp, I guess if you could just address if you're comfortable that this amendment with $8 million and a 10% contingency is sufficient for you to do a peak period study in an appropriate manner.
Mr. Stoppelkamp?
Yes. I mean, General Manager Johnson and I talked earlier today, along with you, Director Geisinger. You know, there's some things in there that we've put in there for positioning for federal funding, you know, the bus operations integration plans. Well, if we're just worried about peak service, the bus integration is a separate process. So we should be able to pull some of that out. Quiet zones in the corridors, for example, a lot of that's happening right now. Should that be in the overall project? Some of the environmental stuff, noise and vibration, if you're only running 3 trains in the morning versus the afternoon. So those are the types of things that we need to sit down with our stakeholders, talk to them, multi-modal access to the stations. That may not be needed in this plan. Placeholder for the park and rides, stations, we can put that in there and add more in the future. TOD around a station that we don't have plans to build at this point may be premature. So those are the things that we can sit down. And the big one is the complexity with the Front Range. So we need to work with them, BNSF and Amtrak, to figure out what does that scope look like. They're still evaluating it. And that's one reason we haven't had the MOU back to the board yet to move forward. General Manager Johnson, would you like to add anything more to that?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you if you had anything to add to that.
Yeah, so I appreciate Mr. Stoppelkamp's comments, and I think if anything, it's incumbent upon us to share that, of course, there are going to be some takeaways, and to manage everybody's expectation, I think it's incumbent upon us to have an earnest and honest dialogue as it relates to that. So to Mr. Stoppelkamp's comments as it relates to going back to the jurisdictions and having conversations, I think that's paramount as we move forward. So we're not in a precarious position 10 years from now when people had an understanding of something that didn't come to fruition. So with that, I think he outlined very clearly about some of the elements that we don't actually have any certainty around, i.e. relative to the transit-oriented development opportunities. Bus integration is paramount if we're looking at a comprehensive, robust transportation network, which everyone is striving for. I know I'm pushing that as we go forward, and it'd be more important to have that as opposed to additional parking as we look to reduce our carbon footprint. So to that end, I think Mr. Stoppelkamp has conveyed what those takeaways would be, and in turn we will keep you all apprised, especially in working in collaboration coordination with our jurisdictional stakeholder partners, so they recognize what this would entail. So thank you very much for the opportunity to address this comment.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Director Geisinger, does that satisfy your question?
It does, and just briefly, I would just reiterate what Ms. Johnson said earlier, that this study is, I think, come to the board and to the accountability committee, the staff, the governor, a number. We need a common understanding of our Northwest Rail obligation and what it entails. And now is the time, because of the conversation around Amtrak and the federal infrastructure bills, the potential for money there, and the fact that they have identified this as a potential new corridor, that there may be money to share in the costs. Front Range Passenger Rail, the legislation just passed to make it a district, potentially has taxing authority. So, you know, I'm sure there are people who are wondering why do this now, and there are a lot of good reasons for it. So I would urge us to move forward and complete the study. Thank you.
Okay, we're still having a discussion regarding the proposed amendment to the proposed action, and I see a number of hands raised, and I'll start with what I believe was the order in which they came in. Director Geising, if you'd like to put your hand down,
Sure.
then I will call on the others in turn. Director Broom, I think you were first in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just speaking to the amendment at this point in time.
Yes.
If this were to pass and it reduced the amount that we're talking about, would that also then reduce the amount of the federal grant that we would be eligible for?
Mr. Stumpelkamp, can you answer that?
I can. We applied for the grant, and we were looking at 50% of the 8 million. So I will be looking to Mr. Van Meter to verify that, but we're really looking for about a four and change grant. We didn't apply for a half of the 12 million. So that number stays fixed with this proposal. Mr. Van Meter?
Bill Van Meter, AGM Planning. I concur with that.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Director Broom?
It does on the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Director Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just with respect to the amendment strictly, so Mr. Stoppelkamp, you mentioned that the Front Range Passenger Rail is one of the big question marks, which I can certainly appreciate. And not to belabor the point, but could you maybe just give some examples in some ways that reducing the amount may impact our collaboration, and does it put any type of high-level collaboration, i.e. our MOU, at risk? So I guess that's a two-part question. What specifically might be sacrificed in our collaboration by reducing the amount? And then secondarily, is there any risk in collaboration from the highest level?
Director Henry, before you answer that, this board approved initially a $5 to $8 million level 2 study, and now the proposed action is to increase that amount to 12 million. So if I might rephrase it for my own purposes, would there be a risk of not increasing to the 12 million with respect to our relationship with at the high level with stakeholders, rather than an actual reduction, because we hadn't agreed to the $12 million yet?
Sorry, I guess, yeah, thank you for clarifying. I'm speaking with respect to the motion itself. So
okay,
yeah,
sure.
Understood. And I know we didn't formally approve anything at that last meeting, but just the actual, the reduction from the motion itself. So yeah, thank you. In agreement with what you're going after, just wondering what may be sacrificed with the recommended action that's been brought to us here.
Henry?
I believe I can answer, once again, Henry Stoppelkamp, Assistant General Manager, Capital Programs. I think I can answer both the questions. We've got a pretty good working relationship with the Front Range Passenger Rail. We've got one of the commissioners on staff, Mr. Van Meter. We have met with BNSF, Amtrak, and the Front Range Passenger Rail on several occasions over the last couple months. One of our challenges right now is the unknown. So we are looking at 2 paths going down that may come together. And since they haven't started going down their path, we had to make assumptions of where they're going along with ours and see how they come together. So that's kind of what's the complexity and additional scope and cost is hitting us right now. If they bring money to the table and they're going down that path and we can piggyback and go jointly together, that should bring the overall number down. but we couldn't go into a project with an understanding that we'll look at joint maintenance facilities, operating plans, without them having any money. I can't make that commitment to you or the stakeholders and then find out that they have no money and say, oops, I didn't look at it. So I don't think it's going to hurt our relationship between all parties. We are still working on the overall MOU, and that's looking pretty good. So as far as the front range, that shouldn't affect, the front range passenger operation shouldn't affect the overall teamwork together. But some of the items in there are nice to have, a shared maintenance facility type thing. And we can look at that as we move forward, but realizing we're looking at the peak service. So what does it take to put peak service out there in the next couple of years? And as they start moving forward, we may come back and say, we've got a great opportunity in a year from now saying, they've got money, we've got money coming this way. We want to speed the process up and do some joint planning above and beyond. But as of right now, we're going down our path to deliver a product to the board, to the stakeholders on what it would run for peak service, 3 trips in the morning and 3 in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, if I may, just a reaction to that.
Absolutely, yes.
So thank you, Mr. Stoppelkamp. That makes perfect sense. What I heard, just to echo that back, is no risk to the greater, just, collaborative spirit of this, that will, still work together. But, certainly this means we're not going to tackle a lot of those unknowns and try to corral them now. To me, that makes a lot of sense because, there isn't money over on the front range passenger rail. So in many ways, we are blazing the trail on this. So we just need to go the direction we will. And if anything, ask those who come in later to follow us on this. I would say that the amendment to me seems very prudent. We did discuss a $5 to $8 million. If we can answer the core questions that are the big moving parts, the big expenses, to me, that's what this whole thing is about. If we need to get that common, set of facts, to use the terms of others here, to understand exactly what this is going to cost us. I think it's pretty clear at this point with, taxpayers putting in $400 and some million and the FISA having, call it between a quarter and a third of that saved. That's the money we have to leverage on this. And the only way this gets done is if we're collaborating with others. So I think it's incredibly important that we lead the way with folks like Front Range Passenger Rail, but we also need to be careful spending too much, 10%, for example, of what we have as our leverage. So I'm supportive of the amendment, and thank you for answering the question. I think my encouragement is that we stay, close to front range passenger rail, but not overspend at the point we're getting costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Davidson. Director Broom, your hand is still up. Do you have any?
I still want to speak to the main motion when we get to it.
Okay, well, all right. Right now, we're just talking about the amendment. Chair Rivera Malpietti, you're next in the queue. Do you have comments on the proposed amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some said $5 to $8 million, and I would like that to be inserted.
Chair, you're breaking up, so I'm not catching.
Amendment that it would be no more than $8 million. Is that better, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I do have some concerns with the amended resolution. In April, the Board of Directors did say that they wanted to move forward with level 2 to expend $5 to $8 million. And I would like the amendment to read not to exceed $8 million, because that was the original proposal that was brought to us that we all voted on to move forward. With that in mind, I just want to let you know that I have been receiving emails from my constituents very concerned about the $12 million price tag, as I am. I do think, though, as I look at this, I made a commitment in April to move forward with the level 2 because we do not have current information data points. And that was really, really important to us and to show the Northwest community that we really do need to look at that. I mean, our data points were from 2010, and the world has changed significantly, as well as our community over the last 11 years. And so I just want to say for the record that I would be in support of this resolution if it's up to $8 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Cook.
Speaking to the amendment here. So Henry, you mentioned that one thing that may come out is some work that would help to position us for federal funding. I'm still interested in this question of whether a sort of a too strict adherence to peak rail may keep us within 8 million in the near term, but cost more in the long term, or work to preclude federal funding or working well with our potential partners. So can you, what were you talking about there with the position for federal funding, and what are we foregoing there, or are we potentially precluding something?
Henry?
Back to the initial that team put together back into. Okay, am I still here?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're
Okay.
here.
For some reason I jumped to mute and then back. So the original scope of the study was for peak service.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't looking at funding sources. So if we go back to the second, go back to the second slide of the PowerPoint. So back to page 53. The funding element was not part of this overall study. So there's a lot of things that we do need to look at if we're going to go for federal funding. How does it tie into our network? That's the bus operation plan. Some of the environmental stuff for clearance, the noise and vibration. I mean, we can do a high level right now, but if we're going to go for federal funding, we need more detail. And so that was not part of the original scope, that $5 to $8 million. And that's been brought up by several of the stakeholders. So that's why we put that into it. So there are several things that we need to do to be ready for that federal funding. That's probably the next step. So we can go through and identify the preliminary engineering and the peak service for 3 trains in, 3 trains out. When we get ready to search for the funding, we can always step in and add to that as required. But that was not part of the original scope. It has been added. And if you want to bring it down to 8.8, that range, that's an awful lot of work that has to come out. And I would ask Mr. Van Meter if he could add a little bit more onto it. His team are the ones that are really narrowing in for the federal funding. I've got the engineering and construction side, but I believe Bill can go a little bit more detail on what's needed for the federal funding.
Thank you, Henry. Mr. Van Meter?
Thank you, Chair. This is Bill Van Meter, AGM Planning. So my response would really build on Henry's groundwork. And rather than providing all the specifics, I would say our intent would be to carefully make sure that we aren't precluding the opportunity with whatever decisions, recommendations, and conclusions are made from the study, so that it aligns us, if the opportunity arises, to do the further NEPA type clearance operational analyses, fleet plans, and related type analyses necessary moving forward, that nothing that we've done would preclude that opportunity. It may not allow us to check the boxes and say that we have done those as a result of the study, but we would aim to make sure that if that opportunity arises, we can build off of the work done to date through this study with subsequent work efforts.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Director Cook?
May I follow up, Madam Chair?
Sure.
So are you saying that you can do the more reduced scope of work, keeping in mind those things and also evaluating what may happen with the federal infrastructure bill and so forth? And so if you discover that you need to do a little bit more work, you would be able to come back to us, or at least you would consciously not, you'd work not to preclude something that would move those things forward in a partnership fashion, correct?
That would be the clear intent. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Director Williams, you're next in the queue.
I do not want to speak to the amendment. I'd like to speak to the original motion. So will you come back to me? Should I
Absolutely.
come back? Can I leave my hand up?
Sure.
Okay.
For those people that would like to speak to the original motion and want to keep their hand up, feel free. But Director Rosenthal, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarification, so Chairwoman Rivera Malpiede had a concern that we originally said 5 to 8 million, and if the substitute amendment says, hey, we should do 8 million, and yet the proposal is also to have a 10% addition to raise that cap for other incidentals, and if we go above the scope of work, and yet that would go above the 8 million. So do we want to lower it? Do we want to have that 10% additional? I guess maybe hopefully I'm not picking at this.
Well, right now the amendment as proposed is the 8 million plus a 10% contingency. So if we wanted to have a different amendment, then we would have to address that separately.
Okay. I just want to make clear that this would go potentially above the 8 million if need be. That's all I kind of wanted to clarify. Okay, thank you.
Director Lewis, do you want to speak to the amendment?
I do, Madam Chair.
Please.
Thank you. I'm curious as to what the proposal is based upon, what information Director Geisinger is relying upon to come up with the amendment that she's proposed.
Director Geisinger, you want to respond?
Sure. Meetings today with Mr. Stoppelkamp and Ms. Johnson, and looking as the chair, as Rivera Malpiede said, at what we had asked to move forward before the 5 to 8 million, and maybe it would be worth asking Mr. Stoppelkamp or other staff, respecting Chair Rivera Malpiede's request. I believe we need a contingency. The intent is not to spend that, but it's important to moving the project forward. Is $8 million a reasonable number? And I'd love to have guidance on that.
Mr. Stoppelkamp?
So $8 million versus 8.8 versus 7. It comes down to skinning up the scope to the budget. Originally, we put together a scope based on a scope of work, and that's where the 5 to 8. With additional scope and the more detail, it went up. So it's a matter of pulling it back down and working with our jurisdictional partners and seeing what they feel comfortable pulling out. I mean, this is a joint effort with the stakeholders. Yes, Bill and myself could come up with a scope and say, this is what we're going to do. But we really want to get the buy-in from the community and understand their pain points, their concerns. So, whatever number the board tells us, that's the scope we're going to use. There may be in the final product a bigger bandwidth as far as a range of what's needed to finalize that product. It may answer the key components, but leave other ones out there. Our goal is still to identify all the questions that need to be asked and answer them to some degree. And the more information we have, the more we can pin down a number and the impact. But if we don't have the information, we're still going to identify it. And we're still going to say what are the concerns and the pros and cons and assign a risk value. So when the project's over with, we'll have these key elements are in this category. These key elements are going to add to a range of, making numbers up, $5 to $20 million. So there's a $15 million float in those elements. So when we go out on the street, you take the number certain plus the high range, and that's what you're looking for. So that's how the project will move forward. So we can, we design, write the scope to the budget. And that's kind of what we started to, and then we've added to, and now we're bringing it back down. So this gets down to the willingness of the board to set that dollar amount. And then we will sit down with our stakeholders and say, this is the money we got. How do we get the best product for the community for that price?
Thank you, Mr. Stoppelkamp. Does that answer your question, Director Lewis?
It does. I do have a few follow-ups if I might.
Sure. To the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, please.
Thank you. So I appreciate that, Mr. Stompelkamp. I'm concerned that we as a board give you a number that seems a bit arbitrary and then you all go back and make it work. And my preference personally would be to give you a number that you all know works because it's based on a methodology. It's based on information that you all have access to. It's based on your experience and expertise as transit leaders. And so this makes me it gives me pause. And so I'm curious as to, especially as you've mentioned the buy-in from the stakeholders, if it makes more sense for us to have that information first from the stakeholders before proceeding in this way, and how might this hinder your ability to do your job in some ways with having to fit into a specific budget instead of providing to us as a board what you all need in terms of resources.
I appreciate that question so much. Thank you so much, Director Lewis. Yeah, trying to fit a budget. So with the scope, that's the $12 million we've got. Yes, we can pull it down. What is that magic number? It all comes into what is the end result, the quality product, and how much is the organization willing to have a range at the end of the day. All the asks from the stakeholders bring value to the exercise. It refines and dives down into more detail. The question is, do we need all that detail today? And so I'll use the example of the BNSF. The infrastructure is probably the biggest risk to the project and the biggest number. So on that one there, we really want to hone in and find out what that is. The grade separation of at-grade crossings, some of those can really impact the project. So we're trying to fit in as much detail as possible. With less money, there will be areas with a broader range. But with that being said, we're not going to throw stuff out. We're not going to say we're not going to deal with the front range. We're not going to deal with quiet zones. We're not going to deal with TOD. We're going to identify all that stuff, but then it becomes a range and a placeholder in the overarching project. Realizing that we're only going to take this to a 30-ish% level of design. When we have the funding, we'll take it from the 30 to 100% and then start the construction. So we've got a lot of room at that point to get into the details, and things happen over the years. So, you know, I will use Louisville, for example. There was an area that we were looking at the parking facility, but that has been developed, and there's residential on that piece of property. So we're now moving out a little bit further. So those things will evolve over the next few years. We can give you a number and the impacts on any budget. The question is, how much detail and how comfortable do we feel about it? And I would throw this over either to General Manager Johnson or Bill Van Meter, General Manager Planning, to talk a little bit more about that. But it all comes down to the quality of the final product,
Yeah.
and the comfort the organization feels. But getting back to a common set of facts and understanding, the more we focus on that, the more everybody's on the same sheet of music versus all over the board. So with that, Ms. Johnson or Mr. Van Meter?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mitch. I would love to hear from General Manager, and I really appreciate the background that you provided, because it feels very much like trying to fit, a square into a circle or vice versa. And so I really appreciate it. And I'm also thinking about our reputation as an agency, and it has, right, we're dealing with the remnants of maybe not doing such a great job in terms of the execution of many of our projects. And so I would really like to make sure that, while I understand the pressure that we are under to be able to move this forward, that we do so in a way that really that values quality over quantity. And so, General Manager, I'll give you the floor.
So thank you very much, Mr. Stoppelkamp and Director Lewis. And I appreciate your comments, Mr. Stoppelkamp. I have been saying at the outset of this initiative that we wanted to ensure that we had a common set of facts. And with this undertaking, this would give us a common set of facts in relationship to having an understanding about 30% conceptual design drawings that could enable us to make decisions when we get to that crossroad. I do think it is imperative that we are working in tandem. I think, to the point that Director Lewis raised in reference to this organization, our credibility, that's what I have been trying to do with this process from the outset, as we talked about leveraging different opportunities. Hence, that's why we collectively decided to go forward for the RAISE grant, to minimize the impacts from a financial standpoint for this undertaking as we go forward. I do also recognize the trepidation that is being put forward, because recognizing the board did not act on April 6th, but more or less supported staff's recommendation for the approach to come forward. So I do want to qualify that, and that there was general consensus, and I use the term general consensus, in reference to the approach being sought relative to that $5 to $8 million range. So to the point that Mr. Stoppelkamp just raised, it's for 30% conceptual design, so we would not have a clear-cut understanding what that may yield, but it would give us a better understanding where this may take us and what this may entail as we go farther down the path, because then this board would be faced with a decision to decide if, in fact, this is a viable project to pursue, recognizing that we now are dealing in known facts and not ambiguity. So with that, I will yield the floor back to you all for your consideration. And also, prior to doing that, ask Mr. Van Meter if he wanted to opine, because we are still working in conjunction with our partners, i.e. Front Range Passenger Rail, Colorado Department of Transportation, as we look at this memorandum of understanding, which we anticipate bringing forward to this body next month. So that does not negate our commitment to working in tandem. Right now, as Mr. Stoppelkamp did iterate as well, that there's not full range staff relative to what needs to happen for Front Range Passenger Rail. But with my experience in pursuing federal funding opportunities, discretionary at that, if there is alignment, it could make our project a lot more viable. But not knowing what else is out there across the country, we can't say that with certainty. But when there is collaboration and community support, especially with this undertaking in Congress, is what used to be called earmarks, and now they're called community, community projects and things of the like, it gives us a better opportunity to be competitive. So with that, Mr. Van Meter, I will yield the floor to you to add any more information. Thank you.
Mr. Van Meter.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, GM Johnson. Bill Van Meter, HEM Planning. So yeah, just couple points related to all of that. Henry has noted that the Front Range Passenger Rail project doesn't have any money. He means for construction or implementation. There are funds available for doing study work for both the Front Range Passenger Rail Commission and its successor body. So there are opportunities. The CDOT also has staff dedicated to this project. And we, as he indicated, we have established a good working relationship at the staff level with both the CDOT staff supporting the Front Range Passenger Rail project, and anticipate that will go forward regardless. We know it will. We have an allocation and will work to protect that in the $12 million estimate. And if it were to come down to a lower amount, we would continue to allocate significant resources to both local jurisdiction coordination as well as to coordination with CDOT and the Front Range Passenger Rail Commission and then district. That's just a core commitment. That's the key real opportunity, as I've indicated and as board members have noted in this conversation, for being able to move a Front Range system and as part of it, the Northwest Rail Corridor forward. So having and maintaining that robust local jurisdiction as well as coordination with our potential partners, that would still remain a key element of the plan working forward.
Okay, Director Lewis, you said you had another follow-up question?
Yes, Madam Chair, and this is the final one. So you've mentioned the stakeholders quite a bit, or many of you have mentioned the stakeholders quite a bit. And so I'm curious as to if this amendment were to pass as is, where does that put us in relation to our stakeholders, considering that the budget would be significantly less? And the buy-in has been, at least something that I'm hearing, something important as we move forward with this.
Henry, can you answer that?
Yes, and I think Director Geisner also addressed it a little bit today. We have talked with our stakeholders, the jurisdictional stakeholders, and they too believe that the $12 million is higher than they anticipated. So they are open and receptive to bring the scope down. But this is where we brought the information to the board. We're hearing back from the board. We'll give a briefing to them tomorrow, and then we'll go ahead and look at the scope. And the goal would be to put the scope out on the street, and from the any of the modeling to the BNSF work to the PEL study, all that work plus staff time would come in under the not to exceed dollar amount. And so they want this to happen as much as we do, probably more. We've made a commitment and we are following that commitment, but these stakeholders are very passionate about it. And they've heard the board loud and clear. And so I don't think it's going to be too much of a challenge. And we'll just identify stuff. And then if there is that next phase, we'll already identified and ready to go that way. And some of the work can be done by the local jurisdictions. So that'll be a request to them that if you want to go ahead and do some of that work that gets rolled into the PEL report, we're open to that as well. So we'll look at all options with them and start that conversation tomorrow. And then the overall scope, we will have a top end, whatever the board sets, we will meet that.
Thank you, Henry. Does that address your question, Director Lewis?
It does, and I just have one final comment that at least what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Stumpelkamp, is that there is some risk in making this vote before having the opportunity to have the conversations with the stakeholders to assess what it is that we might need in the future. And so for the sake of the record, it sounds like you all might have to come back to the board and ask for an additional amount of money to be able to complete this process with fidelity, and doing so in a way that really values, the quality of this project. You don't have to respond to that, simply a comment.
Okay, thank you, Director Lewis. Now, we are still speaking to the amendment, and I believe Director Tisdale is the next step.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, speaking to the amendment, and Director Lewis has already articulated in a very eloquent fashion some of the concerns that I wanted to explore at this point, because the concern that I have principally is with the optics of this with our partners. In other words, if we went out to our partners originally, starting with this $12 million number, and now tomorrow present to them an $8 million number, what will be their reaction to that? Now, I believe what I have heard is actually in talking with them, we started out 5 to 8, talked to them, realized there was more. Then we looked at all that and figured it had to be 12. We socialized that with our stakeholders, partners, the rest, and got buy-in on that. But then, before coming to this board, we were told that there might be some pushback to get down to 8, and we've already had that conversation with some of the stakeholders. So I guess my first question, and then I'll have a brief comment, my question is, have I accurately summarized the process to date?
Thank you. Director Geisinger, would you like to respond to that, since you've been doing a lot of the socializing with the stakeholders?
Sure. And, again, staff, correct me here, but I think that you haven't really gone through the conversation yet about the $12 million that you did show that to them. Is that right, Mr. Stoppelkamp? And so I think that what happened, and I could be wrong, is that they had some very robust conversation. They asked for a number of things. It turned out a lot more expensive, and you're asking the board, should we move forward with that? I guess, I want to study as much as anyone, and I certainly want the corridor engagement. I think you're doing a great job with that. I did talk with some of the people that have been involved in that, and they're wary of the costs as well. I'd love to hear, what the three of you and staff, how you would like to proceed, because I'm not trying to tie hands or anything. I am trying to do this in an economical way that, as Chair Rivera-Macapietti stated, complies or gets close to where we were previously, and accomplishes what we need without getting out too far beyond ourselves in terms of some of the things we don't know.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Director Tisdale?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. It addresses part of it, but the question is, if I'm correct, based upon the communications we've had with the stakeholders, we came up with a $12 million number. My question was, did we socialize that number with anyone outside of staff and the RTD board this evening in advance? Because if we did, then I think we've got some splaining to do if we go back with an $8 million number.
Mr. Stompelkamp?
So, Madam Chair, if I could address that question, if you would provide me the opportunity to do so. In light of hearing this discussion and keeping in mind what I said at the beginning of this presentation, it's important to me, leading this organization, that we are having open and earnest dialogue. With that as a backdrop, I strongly would recommend that you take into consideration my recommendation that I'm putting forward, that you give us an opportunity as staff to go back to our jurisdictional stakeholders and convene with them, so there's a clear-cut understanding what we're doing here, as to not look disingenuous about the amounts that are here. We could do that in quick fashion. There is a meeting that's established tomorrow And I would say that we could bring this back to this body to have a more informed discussion where we are fully representing everyone's best interest. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you. Does that address your concern, Director Tisdale?
I take it then, I'm going to imply what I heard from the general manager. We did not socialize that $12 million with anybody outside of the organization. Is that correct?
That's incorrect, sir. We did. Hence, that's why we came here with the $12 million. We had initially went forward with the jurisdictional stakeholders where we said there was a $5 to $8 million range in which we had discussions with all of you on April 6th of this year. In doing so, with the course of several different meetings, we talked about different elements that could be contained and basically understood what their pain points are. That's what Mr. Stoppelkamp was talking about. Recognizing that we put together this board recommendation, as I said in my comments, with input from the jurisdictional stakeholders, there's been a conversation that ensued here and Director Geisinger offered up a friendly amendment. That friendly amendment as relates to $8 million with the 10% contingency that equates to an amount not to exceed $8.8 million has not been discussed at this juncture in detail with the stakeholders. Hence, the comment I put forward in reference to allowing us to have conversations with the jurisdictional stakeholders so they understand. So we are having an open and earnest dialogue about how we have arrived at that number. I hope that clarifies the question that you posed.
It does. I appreciate that. In other words, we did share with them, based upon everything that you've asked for, it's a bit like a Christmas tree. People kept hanging ornaments on it. We shared with them that the cost would be $12 million. And now we're going to go to them and say, we'd actually like to see if you'd be okay with our removing some of the ornaments and getting it down NTE 8.8 million. Is that correct?
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, to piggyback on General Manager Johnson's comments, we did approach them last week. This is a evolving process. So we've got the final scope 2 weeks ago. So we did our numbers for our estimate last week, sat down with them. But what we didn't want to do is say, okay, time out, bring the scope down to $8 million, because our commitment to the folks on this call or this meeting is to bring the overall scope and the recommendations from the local jurisdictions. So that's the overall scope of $12 million. Now, they know, and we've talked among ourselves, that that's probably higher than it should be, and it needs to come down. But the commitment we made to the board was we'd bring to you the scope, their input, and present it. Now, we are hearing from the board that we probably should lower it back down. And now we'll sit down with them and say, okay, we had a lot of needs and wants and nice to haves. So now it's time to carve out the nice to have and the wants, put them in that parking lot, and we'll deal with that at a later date and come up with the core mission, what it is to take for peak service, pull out as far as positioning ourselves for funding and doing these other nice to have, which they add value to the overall project. So Director Tisdale, we have talked to them. We didn't put them on the spot saying we're bringing it down. We set up the meeting tomorrow after this one here. So we'll go back to them and say, okay, you guys have heard it. Here's the debrief. Let's see what we can do as a group and what are the must-have to answer the board's questions.
All right, and I thank you very much for that. Based upon that, I'm prepared to support the amendment. I don't want to make it sound like I'm against it. I think it represents some careful and considered thought, but you will have the opportunity when we bring this before the full board meeting to express what reaction you got from the stakeholders to this change, because it is a change. They were told it would be about 12 million, and they'll have an opportunity to do that process you've just described so well. So I thank you for that, and I do understand that, and I thank you all for your patience with my extended discourse.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. I think your analogy of coming to them with an initial $5 to $8 million, asking them what they wanted, and then having ornaments added onto the tree. And now we need to cut back a little bit is probably an appropriate analogy. I wanted to ask, there are a number of hands up, but is there anyone else who wants to speak to the amendment? Director Geisinger,
Madam
please.
Chair, I would like to withdraw my amendment. My understanding is that people on kind of both sides of this wanted to keep the cost down. The board had aimed at a lower number. I was trying to help with that process to keep us on target, as what Mr. Stoppelkamp was saying. I totally support the idea of going back to the stakeholders, as Ms. Johnson and Mr. Stoppelkamp have said. If that's an option, and then we choose at that point, these are my stakeholders. I want them to be able to help with this decision. And so at this point, I would move to withdraw the amendment.
I would ask your second, Director Busick, are you okay with withdrawing the amendment?
What depends. Does this mean we're putting this on hold and bringing this back in another month after we've had a chance to talk to stakeholders? Otherwise, we withdraw the amendment. Now we're at the $12 million mark.
Right. But we still have to, if we withdraw the amendment, we don't need to vote on the amendment. Now we need to vote on the initial proposed action, which is the 12 million. And okay. If we remove the amendment, now we're back to discussing the original proposed action.
And I would withdraw my motion on that as well. It sounds to me like what the staff is, thinking is going back to the stakeholders, and I just want to support that process. Whatever process works well for staff. So if I made the motion for the higher amount, the 12 million, I would withdraw that as well.
And I guess I would just need clarity from staff if that's in fact what their thinking is, that we should continue this until we have a chance to talk to the stakeholders.
Ms. Johnson, do you want to address that?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, Director Busick. I think that would be in our best interest, because we could easily bring this back in August to the next committee meeting and do our due diligence and shore up everything with our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks. And I withdraw my second to both the amendment and the original motion. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe that now the proposed action is off the table and it's been postponed, but
point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just so I can understand the parliamentary process here, I don't believe the appropriate process would simply be to withdraw with the movant and the second agreeing to withdrawing a motion, either the amendment or the main motion. There could very easily be a motion to we always say table, but we mean specifically to refer to a specific date, and we could simply continue this matter to the next meeting so that we could then pick up the discussion on the main motion, the recommended action item.
Okay, I'd like to ask.
I think that's the procedure, but I defer to.
I'd like to ask General Counsel Melanie Snyder to address whether or not the proposed amendment to the proposed action can be withdrawn. Is that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do just want to note that Director Williams has been waving her hand, so I don't want to step on her, but to answer the question, yes, parliamentary, it would be more appropriate to either vote down the motion to amend, or if the board wants to postpone consideration, then there could be a new motion to postpone consideration of this matter until, and then just pick a date, likely next Tuesday's meeting.
Okay, so we do need to take the amendment to, even though Director Geisinger.
No, so you don't need to, if the board, if it's the pleasure of the board, there could be a new motion to postpone consideration of this agenda item until next week's meeting. And then that would sort of freeze us as a status quo.
Okay. I know that a number of people did want to speak, probably to the proposed action to get their comments on the record. And so we do not need to vote on the proposed amendment, which
So,
was the $8 million. Go ahead, please.
Pardon me, Madam Chair, Melanie Snyder, General Counsel, just to be clear on the options. There could either be a new motion to postpone consideration of this matter, and that would sort of preserve the status quo of the motion and the motion to amend. The other option would be if you want to remove the motion to amend from consideration, I would recommend that you call for a vote on that. That would be voted down, and then there could be a motion to postpone. Either way.
Okay, I think the latter probably would be preferable, because then we still leave open the dialogue for the original action, and then we could entertain a motion to postpone to a certain date. So are there any other directors who would like to speak to the amendment? Director Rosenthal.
I wanted to hear from Director Williams first, but I'd like to ask questions after, or make comments / ask questions after her.
Regarding the amendment? Regarding the amendment?
On the amendment, yes.
Okay, Director Williams, do you have a comment on the amendment?
I do not. I am waiting to speak to the original motion.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Case, so I feel like some of these numbers are a bit arbitrary, and quite frankly, I just want this process to go as quickly as possible. I want it to be as thoroughly as possible. If it costs $8 million and $1, if it costs $9 million, if it costs $10 million, I just want us to do a good job. I want us to do it well. I want it to be inclusive. And so, I don't mind waiting until, next Tuesday to have senior leadership iron this out a little bit with some stakeholders. I just want us to be more flexible. If, I just don't want us to delay one day the starting of peak service because we waited too long and we didn't, request the right amount of money for a study. I just want to do what we need to do. And I guess with all of the discussion tonight, it wasn't clear to me. Did senior leadership, do you support more than 8 million, not support more than 8 million? I guess I don't see some of these supposed, additional decorations on this tree. I guess I don't see it like that. I think that some of them may be necessary, and maybe they don't sound necessary now, but maybe they will in the future. So I just want to make sure we're not nickel and diming this process, that we're doing the right thing, we're allocating the right amount of money at the right time. Thank you. I'm not being angry. I'm just being
passionate. All right, Director Whitmore, I see your hand up. Do you want to speak to the proposed amendment?
I do. We heard from staff tonight that more communication with stakeholders is important. And we are often criticized when we fail to do so appropriately. There's been a lot of work done, but it sounds like we're a meeting away from perhaps coming to a greater agreement. And while this may seem a little awkward, I agree with Director Tisdale. I think it is most appropriate to postpone this with the amendment included to next week, because that may be the number after we have the discussions with the stakeholders. So with that, and help me if I mess this up, General Counsel, but I would move to postpone this matter with the amendment included to next week's board meeting.
Do you want to do next week's board meeting or the committee meeting?
You tell me which one's appropriate.
I think we have to take it through committee. Is that correct?
The chair could elect to add it to the agenda.
Yes, there's some flexibility about which meeting it gets added to.
Okay. Okay, then your amendment, Director Whitmore, would be to postpone until next week's board meeting with the amendment intact. Is there a second?
Busick, second.
Okay, there's a move and a second to postpone until next week's board meeting. Is there any discussion regarding that amendment?
Madam Chair, I would just like to make sure that we all are in agreement with the date certain, because it is a date certain motion. So that's up to staff or you, not me.
And I believe it's also up to the executive committee as to whether or not it should appear on the agenda.
Can the motion be made for it to be postponed to the next appropriate meeting time per guidance from the executive committee? Would that be acceptable?
Ms. Snyder?
That would be acceptable, yes.
Okay, so the proposed amendment is to postpone this item with the first amendment included to an appropriate date as determined by staff and the executive committee. Okay, and Director Busick, are you still okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on this proposed amendment?
Yeah, just a quick question, if I may, Madam Chair. You had mentioned it has to go through a committee, and that would have been my assumption. So are we going to just schedule a special committee meeting next week in conjunction with the board meeting? Is that what you're suggesting?
I think that I think that the motion that Director Whitmore made was for staff to come up with an appropriate recommendation. And so we were somewhat vague on when that would take place. So the mechanics.
Okay, and General Counsel Snyder, you'll work that out. In other words, if we set a date certain of next week or the board meeting, then you'll work out the particulars in terms of protocol coming through the committee or directly to the board?
Yes, Director Cook. Yes,
okay, thanks a lot.
Executive committee meeting on Thursday.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Director Williams has had her hand up, and I know she wanted to speak to the original motion, but I think we ought to vote on this amendment and then go back to the original motion.
I am against the amendment.
Okay. Thank you. But I think.
Order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I believe the motion on the floor, which I think is a priority motion, has priority over this discussion. And the motion is to postpone this entire discussion, the amendment and the main motion, to a date to be selected by the executive committee in consultation with staff. I submit we need to have a vote on that.
I agree. I was going to call for the vote.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to wait to speak any longer. Everybody's been speaking. I've waited to speak. Now we're going to postpone this discussion until next week. I'm sorry, I can't go with that. I have waited a very long time to speak. I would like to speak to the original motion. Madam Chair.
I'd like to defer to our general counsel as to the parliamentary procedure.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, the Director Tisdale is correct. We have a motion to postpone consideration of this matter in a second. So the discussion really should be limited to that motion, and then a vote should be called. Madam Chair, it's up to you if you wanted to allow Director Williams to have some comments on this, or if you wanted to allow her to address this in other matters, if she really felt like she needed to speak about it this evening.
I would like, if it's all right, for us to vote on this and then absolutely call on Director Williams to speak to it in other matters. And I think that I would also like to exercise some chair privilege to speak to the original motion as well.
Director Catlin, it might help our next finance meeting, our finance committee meeting on August 12th, and you might add that to the amendment. That might help as we're moving forward.
I need to ask Director Whitmore what his, I think we need to vote on this amendment as it stands right now.
Pardon, Madam Chair, not the amendment, the motion to postpone.
The motion to postpone. Thank you. So I'd like to call for a vote. Would directors who are opposed to this motion to postpone, please signify by raising their hand. Director Williams, are you still opposed to that motion? I believe we've lost her. She did indicate she was opposed. Director Broom, are you a no?
I'm a no, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other no votes? Director Williams, am I to assume that you're a no vote still?
I have nothing to say, Madam Chair.
Okay, is it a no or for a official record of the vote? Are we, are you abstaining or are you a no vote?
I'm not speaking. You put it down, whatever you want to.
I will put that as 12 in favor of postponing until per Director Whitmore's motion, 1 opposed and 1, I'm going to suggest abstaining. Director Rosenthal, are you also a no vote?
No, I thought if we were done with the voting, I just wanted to clarify again what it is. So my understanding is we're delaying for 1 week. We're speaking with stakeholders, and then we will vote next Tuesday on this proposal, the original proposal. And if we want to entertain any more amendments to lower it to 8 million, we can do so. Is that correct? Is that what I understand what this proposal is? That we're only delaying 1 week. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Or an appropriate date.
If it's 1 week, I'd like to change my vote because I would prefer that we give staff ample time to be able to come back before us. And the finance committee is happening on August 10th. And so that would be my proposal to give ample time. But if it is for next week, I would actually like to vote against that amendment.
I believe that the motion as presented to postpone was for staff in consultation with general counsel to determine an appropriate date at which time we will discuss this amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Director Davison.
I feel like I'm back at high school. Student council, I'm going to put a motion on top of I'm sorry, I'm going to put an amendment on this motion. I would like to amend that we specifically call out that we will address this issue at the August 10th Finance Committee meeting. So to be clear, and I may need help with this, I'm losing patience with the procedure here, but we will be August 10th is what I'm moving to amend to our motion here, that we bring this to committee August 10th.
Okay, I'd like to call for a vote, or I'd like to have a second to that amendment to
Director Lewis, second.
Lewis.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, I hate to belabor this, but we were actually in the process of voting on an earlier motion. And so I just want to make sure that we're doing this correctly in terms of Robert's rules. But I think we were, and it was probably my fault as well, because I think I interjected towards the end, I just want to make sure that it's not a moot issue because we kind of voted already and now we're having a different motion.
You are correct. Director or General Counsel Snyder, what would you suggest with respect to Director Davidson's suggestion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for the sake of the record, if we just push pause, we did have a motion from Director Davidson. I don't think we had a second, but you were in the process of voting. So okay. I do, it sounds like maybe there was some misunderstanding about what everyone was voting on. So what I recommend is that we have a restatement from the mover, the previous mover, on what the motion was. That was Director Whitmore. So that we're all very clear. We can reset
what we're voting on.
And then we can take a vote on that. If that needs to get voted down and needs to be amended, then we'll move through that process.
Okay, Director Whitmore, please.
So thank you, and I apologize to everybody. I was trying to be helpful, and I think I made it worse. But remember, some of my wording was, or the appropriate date. Director Davidson has and Director Lewis and others have given what I deem appropriate date, and I saw head nods from staff for the August Finance Committee meeting. So I would accept Director Davidson's amendment friendly and do that. That was my intent. If we do require a vote on that date, that's fine as well. So that was my intent. Thank you, and apologize again.
Okay, does that address folks' concerns? I see a couple more hands raised. Director Cook?
We were in the midst of a vote. We were going to leave it up to staff. I think they could work through that. There's also a planning committee, which ordinarily this item would come through. And I don't know if it's before or after the finance committee meeting, but that would be an option that you wouldn't want to foreclose if we could do something a little bit earlier. I don't have a preference necessarily, but I would just think the motion as made and voted on was perfectly fine.
Okay, so we are going to vote on Director Whitmore's clarified original motion to postpone. So I know that Director Broom is a no vote. Director Rosenthal, your hand is still up.
Yes, and so what we're saying is that we will revisit this issue once senior leadership has spoken with our stakeholders, and that we will set a new date after hearing from senior leadership on August 10th. We will hear from them. We will say, thank you for that information. Now we will set a new date in the future, or are we actually setting August 10th for the date that we will actually vote on this? That's just my clarification.
I would ask Director Whitmore to clarify his motion.
Madam Chair, the Finance Committee, if I'm correct, is August 17th, not August 10th.
Yes.
Oh, boy. Well, if that is the appropriate meeting per Director Davidson's comments, I'm fine with that. I don't want to push it into November, December, but whenever that date is appropriate, we resume the discussion, whether it's 8 million, 12 million, or another number that is agreed upon from the stakeholder. So, thanks.
Okay. So let's restate the motion that we need to vote on.
Well, I would restate it, but I want to make sure that I have the date right. Is it the 17th, Barbara or GM Johnson?
Yes, it is the 17th, the Finance Committee.
And is that appropriate with you, GM Johnson?
I would say we could do it the earliest available meeting we have in August, which would be August 10th, because we can always do a special Finance Committee meeting. And I think that would be most advisable that we do it on August 10th.
I am fine with most advisable from our professional staff. So here we go again. The motion was to postpone this matter till August 10th.
Okay. Is the person who seconded that was Director Busick, I believe?
Yep.
And you're still okay?
Yeah, sure. I thought that, as Director Cook stated, I thought the original motion was just fine because that could encompass August 10th or something earlier. But okay, I'm good.
Okay. So Director Rosenthal, your hand is still up.
Yeah, so we will, and just to clarify, so we will actually vote on the 8 million or 12 million on August 10th, or we'll just set a date?
The original motion is being postponed. The original action is for 12 million. And the amendment, both of those will be carried forward for further discussion after meeting with stakeholders on August 10th.
Fair enough. And I'm sorry to my colleagues for belaboring this. It's just, there's so much back and forth, and I just want to make sure it's eminently clear.
It's still in play. It's still in play. We're just postponing this discussion. And then what we will vote on at that time is still to be determined.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Now I'd like to call for the vote. The mover was Director, I'm sorry. I'm losing track here. Director Whitmore, and the second was Director Busick. I currently have Director Broom as a no vote. Are there any other no votes? You're a no vote?
Just to clarify,
Yes.
my preference would be to vote in favor of the original main motion and move it forward to the board meeting. And then there's going to be this meeting, I think you said tomorrow, with these other stakeholders to clarify what the final staff proposal would be. And they could bring that back at the board meeting. And if it's necessary, then we could amend the motion and get this taken care of this month, rather than just stringing stuff out forever. But that's my position. Thank you.
Is there, right now, I think we need to vote on the proposed amendment or the proposed motion to postpone. So Director Broom is a no vote. Director Rosenthal, your hand is up. Are you a no vote?
I'm a no vote as well.
Okay. Director Williams.
I am a no vote.
Okay, we have 3 no votes. And I believe we have 11 votes to postpone. Am I correct? Okay. Director Geisinger, your hand is raised. Is that because you're a no vote or? Okay. So the official vote is 11 directors in favor of the motion to postpone and 3 directors opposed. No, excuse me. My math is, 11 directors in favor of postponing, 3 directors opposed, that being Directors Broom, Director Rosenthal, and Director Williams. And so the motion carries, and we will be postponing that. Now, there is an opportunity for people to speak to this discussion item or this matter under other matters. And so we will move there. Which is where we are, right? Well, we don't have any other discussion items. We do have other matters. And for that, I would like to call on Director Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to point out that I get Robert's Rules of Order, but I waited really politely. And then the next thing that happened is the whole thing got tabled and discussion on it was closed. But 11 other directors had already had their say. And so I think there ought to be some way to avoid that happening in the future, that I don't think we should be able to table a discussion until everybody that wanted to speak to it has had the chance to speak. And if I can get myself in order here, I'll speak to what I wanted to speak about, the original $12 million discussion.
I would like, please go ahead.
I understand that we're talking about the remnants of fast tracks. And I want everybody to remember that fast tracks was designed in the last century. And that although we've done an amazing job of implementing most of it, the plan itself is outdated. 8 million or 12 million or 10 million or any number of million would provide a lot of bus service. And it's been acknowledged throughout the world of transit that BRT is a better, more economically feasible solution in most cases. We do have a phenomenal BRT service in the Flatiron Flyer, and it's very appropriate for where it is located and the service that it provides. I understand that we need to stay involved in regional service, but let us put our dollars into serving those who are in need of more service and not those who want a train that continues to be completely controversial. I don't believe that the majority of our investors Those who contribute their tax dollars to our public transportation service will support this expense. And my commitment is not only to those in Central and East Denver, but to all of our constituents. I think the word stakeholders has been a misnomer throughout this discussion. I think our stakeholders are actually those people who not only ride RTD, but who pay their tax dollars into RTD. And so stakeholders, I understand in this discussion, refer to our potential partners in a potential Northwest Rail. But I think that our stakeholders are actually much broader than that. So I will be interested to see where this goes, but I need to go on record that I will not vote for any money to support a train in this discussion. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and my apologies for for the circumstances that did not allow you to speak to the amendments. I do also have some comments to make with regard to this, and I share with Director Williams some of her concerns. And I would say that, you know, the statement, we want to operate from a common set of facts, is important. And one of the reasons we're here today is because those stakeholders in the Northwest area did not believe our numbers. And granted, they are stale. These numbers, whether it was the original Fast Tracks proposal, which of course is out of date, the ridership and the costs associated with that, circumstances have changed. Also, with regard to the original peak service plan study, those numbers need to be refreshed. So the whole basis for this study was to really take an honest look at the numbers, because they were not believed by those people in the North. And I agree with that, but I also agree with Henry that maybe it's premature to hang all those ornaments on the tree, and that's what I believe they are, because we can really establish a common set of numbers from which to make these decisions going forward. But I would be very uncomfortable with spending a lot of money on nice to haves when we don't even know if this will be feasible based on the numbers. And in the Accountability Committee, Rep Bridges did an analysis that showed, based on the ridership projections, what the subsidy would have to be for a rail study. And right now, you know, I know that there are those people that didn't like that analysis either, but we do need to come up with a common set of numbers. My engineering background and my cost estimating background tells me that we are not going to see a material difference when you factor in inflation costs and everything in the original numbers. And my question that I would pose to the stakeholders in the Northwest is, if the numbers don't come back supporting what they want to see, are we going to have to go back to the drawing board? I am concerned that this project was not a candidate for a full funding grant agreement because the ridership projections were not there. I know that the administration has changed, politics have changed. There may be some more infrastructure dollars to put toward this study. We also can leverage the Front Range passenger rail study and others, but we still don't know if these numbers will result in a feasible project. And I do believe that I voted in favor of the $5 to $8 million. I'm very concerned about a $12 million figure because I am concerned about the use of our taxpayer dollars. So that concludes my soapbox speech. Director Busick, do you have any other matters you would like to discuss?
Sure, thanks, Madam Chair. I just feel it's incumbent upon me to express an opinion on this as well. The ridership numbers for Northwest Rail are over a decade old.
Yes.
So I'll do deference to Mr. Bridges. His analysis based on decade-old ridership numbers is flawed at the onset, which is why we need this this study to figure out what's going on. Because anyone that lives north and northwest knows of the explosive growth that has occurred here, both residential and commercial. So I think that's important. And while I understand the money in FISA and can buy a lot of buses, and BRT is a lovely thing, we don't have BRT, right? BRT envisions a rubber-tired vehicle on a fixed guideway. We have nice buses that ride in general purpose lanes or express lanes on the highway. We have B, not BRT. So, you know, there's a big difference between a bus and a rail in a fixed guideway. So, you know, we could go on and on about, we promised it, they paid for it. The monies that Longmont and Boulder and everybody along the Northwest Corridor brought you the A line, brought you the G line, right? They helped pay for those fast tracks corridors and waited patiently. Why did they have to wait so long? Because this is the hardest line to figure out. So, and here we are, we got to figure something out. So yeah, maybe the study does show that this is absolutely incredibly difficult, but I think this is the step we have to take to make that determination, not just guess or base it on anecdotal information. So, thanks.
Thank you, Director Busek. I think that the common theme here is that we do need to establish a common set of facts and numbers with which to move forward, however we move forward. Okay, are there any other matters to come before this committee tonight? All right, our next meeting date, as stated, is scheduled for August 17th. And with that, I would like to adjourn this meeting at 8:13 p.m. I suggest we take a 5-minute break and reconvene the Civil Rights Committee at 8, well, let's make it 8:20. So we are adjourned.
All right, folks, let's start coming back to our post here.
Okay, I want to talk now.
Go ahead.
That'll be the last time I wait. I'm
Go for
talking
it.
to the amendment.
Go for it.
Woo. Okay, is my face not red anymore?
You composed yourself in a decent fashion.
That was pretty much fun. Okay, I'm going to go sit down and be quiet now.
Hey, is Melanie on?
I don't see her. She was here.
Yes, I'm on.
I just sent you a quick text message. Can you just say yes or no? If that's appropriate.
That's a yes. I was actually thinking the same thing.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I will now call the Civil Rights meeting to order. We are convened as of 8:21 p.m. And I would respectfully ask everyone attending the meeting to mute yourself unless you are recognized to speak. I will just go ahead and do all of this. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Please note that under current circumstances, the official meetings of the RTD Board of Directors are being held remotely in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. For the immediate future, for official meetings of the RTD Board of Directors will be held via Zoom and will be audio and video recorded. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial minutes of the meetings, will be posted as soon as practical on the board's website. Visit rtd-denver.com and scroll to the bottom of the page for the link to the Board of Directors page. Directors and member of the staff, for the sake of the record, if you would like to be acknowledged during tonight's proceedings, I would ask that you please raise your virtual hand and wait for me to call on you before proceeding to speak. Okay, Director Williams? Speaking out of turn will only add confusion to the record and to the proceedings. Directors and staff participating by phone can also raise their virtual hands to indicate that they would like to speak by pressing *9. To toggle your mute settings on the phone, press *6. Note that we will not be taking public commentary during this meeting. Members of the public interested in speaking directly to the board are encouraged to do so during the monthly board meetings. For future meeting dates, please refer to the board's meeting portal located at the rtdiqm2.com. And so we do have guests, and I just want to honor the time of our guests. And so I'm going to switch the agenda just a bit and actually give the floor over to our guests prior to our recommended action. If no one has any objections to that. If you do, well, don't. So if our guest, Amanda and the Honorable Wedgeworth, if you all might be prepared to speak, and I can go on to what is actually on the agenda for other matters, and you all can maybe talk a bit about the vaccine work that you did in partnership with RTD. And so I will yield the floor to you all.
Well, thank you, Director Lewis, and thank you and good evening, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge Madam Chair Catlin, the General Manager and CEO Johnson, and members of the RTD Board for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. And also, it's very good for me personally to see so many people that I personally know who I've not seen in a while, to thank you again for this opportunity. My name is Elper Wedgeworth, and I'm here this evening because I'm one of the co-chairs and serve on the Governor's State Outreach Equity Team, and have been doing that work since January of this year. And basically what we've been doing is working with community organizations, churches, and other groups and individuals to promote the COVID-19 vaccinations. So we've been working not only here in Denver County, which I've been assigned, but throughout the state to set up pop-up clinics and working with other spaces to try to do this work, and also with other collaborative partners. So the reason why I'm here this evening, I personally just want to thank Director Lewis, because a couple of weeks ago, we had a call with Governor Polis with African-American leaders, and Director Lewis asked if there was a possibility if we could set up some sites along the bus route in her district. And so we took the mantle up to do that. And I'm really happy to let you know that we were able to make arrangements to have 2 sites And we put that information in your packet, and the date that you originally had were wrong. They're June dates, and I'll go over those real quickly. But we did have two locations within the district, and I wanted to go over those numbers with you. We had a total of 150 people that were vaccinated at two locations. One location is Decatur and Federal on June 3rd, 23rd and June 30th. And then also at the Havana Colfax station, 57 people and 54. So we had a total of 150 people that were vaccinated, and we're very happy with that, along with the collaboration of various partners, not only RTD, but Mile High Connects, Denver Health, COVID Check, Colorado Access, the State Equity Team, Denver Public Health. So we also were able to give people gift cards and you know, those types of incentives, because as you know now, with the city of Denver, we're over 72% of a first dose vaccination, and the state of Colorado is now over 70%. So what we're doing now is reaching people that are more at the hesitancy phase, whether or not the education is important, or people that are just not interested or just feel that this just isn't for them. But we still want to make an effort to try to do some strategic outreach with people. And we thought by working with RTD and hopefully utilizing various locations in your districts, we would be able to do that outreach component. And so this is a pilot that we tried, and we felt that it went very well. And so I'm just here tonight to ask if there's any other directors that would be interested or have potential sites that they think that might work. We'd be glad to partner with you on that and to see if we can do that.
Yeah.
I'd like to also thank Amanda Roy Bango, who's my deputy, who's here tonight too, that helped coordinate these efforts. But again, thank you to Director Lewis and your leadership and support for doing this, because we really feel that it went very well. Thank you.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate you both being here. And I would be remiss to not thank you, first of all, and Amanda and the partners that we work with, but our general manager and her staff, who were wonderful in beginning to plan some of these things. And so I would actually like to take the opportunity, as we were focusing on equity populations, to make sure those are the folks who are getting vaccinated, because we understood the hesitancy, and focusing on locations where we know that folks live in those areas who might be from a different diverse background. But I wanted our general manager to chime in terms of next steps, because I want to be a good board member. One, I recognize that this is more in the realm of the day-to-day operations of the agencies, and I would really like to stay away from the day-to-day operations of the agency and really stay in the policy level. And so if you might, General Manager, talk about what next steps you all have planned.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Honorable Wedgeworth and as well as Ms. Roy Bagoy as well for your all work. What I would like to share is that my team and I are willing and able to participate. It would be great if those requests could come through a centralized office, which would be mine. And then in turn, we as staff can delegate and help support efforts across the board, recognizing in some jurisdictions, we may need parking permits for parking red lots and things of the like. There's a lot of different staff members that have responsibilities in ensuring this comes to fruition. And in previous endeavors such as this, I identified one focal person within the organization who then worked in tandem with other members of the team. So with that being said, I know both of these dynamic women have my email information, and we can coordinate through that channel and ensure that we are putting people in the appropriate forums, and then leveraging the board office. If in fact there's other board members that are interested in partaking in this endeavor, we can ensure we shore it up and have ample resources to support as we go forward. Thank you.
And again, General Manager Johnson, we do want to thank very heartfelt thanks to you and your team for helping with this endeavor. We really do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you don't have, you or Amanda don't have anything else to add, I might go to our directors. I see
Sure.
Director Catlin might have a question or a comment.
Okay.
I just have a comment, and I wanted to say, Ms. Wedgeworth, I knew that you would go on to many more meaningful things. For those board members who do not know, Elbra Wedgeworth chaired the Denver Union Station Project Authority Board that I had the pleasure of serving on with her. And she did amazing work back then. And that's a large part of the reason that we have the crown jewel of TOD downtown is to her credit. And so I just wanted to let newer board members know that she played such a significant role in that. It's great to see you again, by the way. But what you're doing now is really, really grassroots and very, very meaningful. And I don't know if I have any areas of my district that have reluctant people to get vaccinated, but I think I will reach out and just see if there are some areas that we can focus on, because this is great, great work. And so I just wanted to thank you. I want to thank General Manager CEO Johnson and staff, and Director Lewis. I want to thank you too for stepping up in this important role. And you were a reluctant recipient of the vaccine, and I think you are really a great example of how we can persuade people to do this for their own safety and those of their loved ones. So thank you both very much. It's really great work.
Thank you, Director Catlin. I really appreciate that. You know, I actually got my vaccine because I said I didn't want to be hypocritical with telling people to get their vaccines, and I was still unvaccinated. So that was really the catalyst. I appreciate that. Director Bouquet.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank you all for all the work that you've done. This is an amazing project. I did also want to, for the public record, say I believe there is a lot of vaccine hesitancy actually in my district, and I probably will be reaching out through email then. And just to clarify, so through the work that you're doing, you are helping, answer those unknown questions for those who are hesitant at this point. Okay, perfect.
Yes, in fact, CDPHE has a champions program, which is focused on hesitancy. And they have physicians and other individuals that are willing to speak to organizations or individuals in terms of educating them about the vaccine itself, why it's so important, and answering any questions that you have. We basically have had those types of conversations and video calls with churches. We have one hopefully with Salvation Army and their leadership. So we're prepared to help you in those matters.
Perfect, because anecdotally, I do not think I have the tools because I haven't been able to convince my vaccine hesitant converses. So excellent. Yes, I think District G would love to benefit from this program. And thank you all again for all your hard work.
Sure.
Thank you, Director Bouquet, and I encourage you to work directly with our general manager and Elbra as you all move forward. So thank you so much. Director Geisinger, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Just a quick question. Do you do it all with the Johnson & Johnson single dose?
Well, basically, we've still provide all three. And it really depends on, we work in partnership with Denver Health, but based on locations, we might also have to work with CDPHE because Denver Health only covers Denver County, but we will basically make all three available if that's what's needed.
Great. Thank you all so much, both you and Ms. Roy Bangoy and Director Lewis. Great thinking. I'd be happy to check to see if it makes sense to participate in my district and move it forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Director Geisinger. Director Wedgeworth, or Honorable Wedgeworth. I've just put you on the board. If you'd like to, please come.
Well, thank you. I'd love to be on, but I'm retired officially. So.
You might have a few things going on, huh?
Thank you. Well, as Doug probably knows, I just have my finger in, not my whole hand.
Smart woman.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. We really appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much. And we really appreciate you staying around and waiting until 8:35 to present this to us. And thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you. No problem.
Thank you. Enjoy your night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care. Thank you. All right. So we have one recommended action. It's the September 2021 service change proposal, the service equity analysis. And it reads, for the Board of Directors to adopt the Title VI Service Equity Analysis Report to comply with federal laws, regulations, and guidelines related to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Do I have a move-in?
So moved.
Director Catlin?
Yes.
Second?
Second Bouquet.
Oh, sorry about that. All right. And I will yield the floor to staff to provide any pertinent information, a presentation on what we should know about this topic.
So first, thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have this evening Zani Silva, who is present. She leads our Civil Rights Division, and our most recent addition to the team, who you all met previously, that is a subject matter expert in this realm. We have Carl Green, who serves as our Transit Equity Manager, who will take you through the service equity analysis utilized for the proposed service changes. And so with that, I will yield the floor to Mr. Green for his presentation. Thank you very kindly, ma'am.
Thank you, General Manager Johnson. Good evening, Madam Chair and fellow Board of Directors. Again, my name is Carl Green Jr., and I serve as RTD's Transit Equity Manager of the Civil Rights Division. So tonight, again, I'll be presenting on the Title VI analysis for the proposed September service change, and I will tee up the presentation. Just give me a moment. All right, so as noted in the board report, the Federal Transit Administration Title VI Circular directs transit agencies of the requirement to perform a service equity analysis for major—
Mr. Green, we cannot see your presentation at this time.
I appreciate that. Be nice to share my screen.
Didn't want to interrupt, but hey, I was just like, we need to see something, sir.
I'll save the imagination for next time. Thank you, General Manager Johnson. Can everyone see the screen? Excellent, thank you.
Mr. Green, we can see your, oh, there you go. Thank you.
Perfect. So I'll go ahead and press rewind and I'll start again. So as noted in the board report, the Federal Transit Administration Title VI Circular directs transit agencies of the requirements to perform a service equity analysis for major service changes that last longer than 12 months to ensure that the changes do not unfairly impact people of color and low-income populations. This analysis brought before the board is for your awareness, consideration, and ultimate approval. So prior to going over the equity analysis process and findings, I'll pass it over to Jesse Carter, Acting Senior Manager for Service Development, to go over the proposed September service changes.
Okay, thank you, Carl, and thank you, Chair Lewis and General Manager Deborah Johnson. I am just going to be brief in describing the overall service change for September, which modifies the current COVID-19 service plan by increasing the level of service offered to RTD's customers in line with changes in ridership, stakeholder, and customer requests. Overall, this is a 6 to 7% change in our service hours, with many of the changes being modification of services, as you see in the table. And those services, we're looking at adjusting service patterns to be more like what they were prior to COVID, with weekday service patterns emulating longer spans of service and higher frequency. There are also 6 services that we are proposing to reinstate, and thereby taking them off of their suspended status. So that, in a nutshell, describes the actual service change. And I know you've had a chance to review your board material for the upcoming operations segment. So we can get into deeper discussions on the individual service proposals in that one. So with that, I'll return to you, Carl.
Thank you, Jesse. So the authority that sets the legal precedent, which Madam Chair mentioned earlier, is Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which states no person in the United States shall on the grounds of race, color, or national origin be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. All public systems receiving federal financial assistance are required to have a Title VI program. The FTA Title VI circular provides the directives to ensure that transit agencies are upholding these insurances under Title VI. And the RTD Board Adopted Title VI program establishes the policies, standards, and framework for carrying out the work by staff at a programmatic level. A key evaluation tool, which is of relevance today, is the service equity analysis. This slide provides an overview of the equity analysis decision-making process for fair and major service changes. At a high level, the analysis includes the determination of whether a change results in a major service change. If the answer to that question is yes, the changes will be assessed using established thresholds to measure the impacts on Title VI protected populations, i.e. minority and low-income populations, which is also defined as equity populations for the purpose of the analysis. And lastly, if the findings result in a potential adverse effect for equity populations, then an evaluation of alternatives will be considered to minimize, mitigate, or avoid the impacts. By definition, RTD's major service change policy is a 25% addition or reduction in the service hours of any route that would remain in effect for 12 or more months. As noted on page 8 of the equity analysis report, the major service change results are as follows. 18 out of the 31 met the major service change threshold for service increases, all of which were included in the equity analysis. The disparate impact and disproportionate burden policies, which will be referred to here from here on out as Title VI policies, provide the methodology and thresholds for the evaluation of possible impacts on equity populations. Specifically, the policy states equity populations shall receive no less than 10% of non-equity populations for major service increases. This is illustrated conceptually in the image to the right. If we refer to the blue bar, we can see that the non-minority population around a route is receiving 25% of the benefit of the increase. With utilizing that 10% threshold, there would be a potential disparate impact if the minority population around that same route is less than 22.5%. Anything above that 22.5% would be the no disparity range. The threshold calculation of 22.5% is shown below the image, where 2.5% or 10% of that 25% is subtracted from the 25% non-minority population. And that 10% threshold is also applied to compare low income and higher income populations. So what I walked y'all through conceptually is more or less the calculations and the assessment of whether or not a service change or a major service increase would fall under that disparate impact or disproportionate policy threshold. Taking a deeper dive into the methodology, the thresholds are applied at the route level analysis. And then similar to the COVID service reductions image, the image to the right provides a visual depiction where a quarter of a mile buffer around a route enables the ability to assess the service area population using US Census data at the block level. And looking at the second bullet point, a network analysis was also completed to better understand the 18 major service changes occurring across the network, as well as the associated impacts on equity populations. A network analysis provides that further understanding of the changes to the service levels in an aggregate fashion. Simply noted, this analysis provides, or the network analysis provides a more holistic look at determining the system-wide magnitude of impacts of the June 2021 to the proposed September 2021 service changes. The results of the route level is also can also be found on pages 8 through 9 and Appendix B of the equity analysis report. The results indicate that 15 of the routes met the threshold for a potential disparate impact, and 3 of the routes met the threshold for a potential disproportionate burden. The route level analysis findings provides a baseline for understanding the potential impacts for major service changes using that 10% threshold prescribed in the RTD Title VI policies. However, there are a few points of considerations or key findings that should be factored in. The first is if you refer to the percentage difference noted in the route analysis tables on pages 20 through 27 of Appendix B, you can see that the delta between equity and non-equity populations are not substantially different, and most of the equity populations are within a 0.5 percentage point of non-equity populations as far as being positively impacted from these service additions. Furthermore, of the 18 routes with the major service changes, all but 1 are serving above average for minority and low-income populations using the service district average. And for everyone's edification, the service district average for minority is 35.4%, and the low-income service district average is 16.8%. And then lastly, I wanted to mention that 11 out of the 13 routes that did not meet the major service change threshold are serving equity populations more so than non-equity populations. So out of the 31, there's 18 that meet the major service change threshold, which is the analysis before you here, the route level. But I also wanted to make note that the remaining 13 are serving above the service district average for minority and low-income populations. And then lastly, for the last bullet point, for the network analysis, it provides a more in-depth and holistic assessment of the entire service change proposal assessment, which I'll get into in the next slide. So as identified on pages 9 through 15 of the report, the system level analysis indicates that there are no adverse impacts when comparing the service increases, comparing equity populations compared to non-equity populations. And pulling up the second bullet point, equity groups represented a higher population share than the district averages. So meaning that the service increases are benefiting minority and low-income populations more compared to non-equity populations. So specifically, I wanted to call out when we're considering the demographics within the service areas of the routes with major service changes, as a proportion of the district overall, both minority and low-income populations receive a greater increase in service or were positively impacted compared to non-equity populations. So there was a nearly positive 2% benefit for minority and a positive 6% for low incomes when comparing against non-minority and higher income populations respectively. This is important to know and to factor in because the system-wide analysis takes a more holistic view as previously mentioned. So as we draw our conclusions and the summary of findings, which is found on pages 15 through 17 of the report, none of the proposed changes involve reductions in service. All service changes in this run board were additions or service increases. And this is also important to note, specifically when applying the Title VI analysis to the proposal. The answer to the question, are equity populations being denied the benefits of, or are they worse off with the September service change? The answer to that question is no. Although some of the major service changes resulted in a potential disparate impact or disproportionate burden at the route level, Title VI concerns at the network level are minimal when comparing the changes from the June 2021 to the proposed September service changes. And the last two bullets, just wanted to also emphasize again here that 17 of the routes are serving district or service district average for equity groups at a higher level. And again, here, there is a positive 2% for minority and a positive 6% for low-income populations. Therefore, just to sum things up, there are no system-level disparate impacts or disproportionate burdens found related to this proposal. And to summarize the presentation, I covered the Title VI policies, the methodology, findings, and overall implications as it relates to the Title VI service equity analysis, which meets the Federal Transit Administration requirements for making the board aware and for y'all to consider the analysis. Given that there are minimal Title VI concerns, all routes are categorized as service increases, and there's a greater increase in service for equity populations, staff recommends that the board approves of the Title VI service equity analysis. And at this time, I will now open it up for the board discussion and any questions that you all may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Green, Mr. Carter, and Ms. Silva. Really appreciate both the thorough and meaningful presentation that you all have presented before us. So at this time, I would ask those directors who wish to speak to raise your virtual hands, and I will call you in turn. I don't know if there are any directors who are calling into the meeting, but if you wish to speak, please press *9. And so let's see. Oh, who might have their hands up? It appears that I have Director Sloan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. Green. This provides really excellent background information for the directors. So again, thank you for this thorough work. I have just one procedural question about how staff works on this. Do you do only one equity analysis, or is there back and forth between planning and the equity group? For instance, one set of changes just, did show disparate impact and disproportionate burden. So it goes back to planning for another cut at it, or is it a one-time thing? The equity analysis of one-time thing.
Mr. Green, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you. Director Sloan, that's a great question, and I appreciate it. So to answer it directly, it's an iterative process where transit equity and the service development team are working in tandem, where Jesse and his team will provide the initial changes for the September service change, for example. And then in turn, I will receive that and provide a preliminary assessment of that service proposal. And if there are any eyebrows raised or red flags, then I will inform him of the findings, and we will make any modifications to the extent possible. And I'll also offer it up to Jesse if he would like to add to that.
Mr. Carter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have to say that Mr. Green comes off as a very nice guy, but he can twist your arm pretty hard. I'm going to have to be honest with that. No, actually, Carl is correct. We had our initial service plan, and you'll notice when you look at in the operations committee, there are a number of route changes that were added after the initial plan and before we went to public hearing. And some of those changes are as a result of making adjustments to provide a better mix and to provide more opportunity for Title VI community to actually have additional services. So we did make some modifications to the actual service plan in accordance to advisement coming from the Title VI manager.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you, Director Sloan. Any additional questions or comments? Director Sloan, does that complete your questions?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Any other directors that have any comments or questions? Wonderful, that's how we like it. All right, so I will, considering there is no additional discussion, go ahead and put this forward for a vote. So we did have Director Catlin as the movement and Director Bouquet as the second. And I will pause to see if there are any no votes. And so if there are any no votes, please do let me know. Mr. Carter, you would like to vote no? I'm just joking with you. This is your work. You got to support your own work here, man. All right, so we will move forward. It looks like, I think we're just missing Director Deschelle, and so that's 14 yes and 1 absent, which is Director Deschelle. Good job, you all. Thanks for being thorough and easygoing. So I will open the floor for any additional discussion items. Oh, well, actually, we actually don't have any discussion items, forgive me. So there are no discussion items on the agenda this evening. If there are any other matters that folks would like to discuss, you please raise your virtual hand and I'm calling you in turn. No, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right. The next meeting date will be October 5th. The presentation, I think the agenda actually says October 12th, and so ignore that. It is October 5th. Ms. McManus, it looks like you might have a question, comment?
Yes, I saw, that we had a Director Whitmore's hand was up.
I am so sorry, Director Whitmore. I did not see you. Thank you, Ms. McManus. Director Whitmore.
I didn't use my virtual hand, pardon me. I'm just a problem child tonight. I just had one statement. I just found that information very helpful. So thank you, Carl. Very quickly presented and professionally presented. And anytime you need to twist Jesse Carter's arm, go for it.
Violence. You're choosing violence this afternoon, huh, Director Whitmore? Okay. Thank you all so much. Seeing no other discussion, the meeting is adjourned as of 8:56 p.m. And Director Williams, I will turn the floor over to you if you'd like to take a 5-minute. Is that 5? Okay. A 5-minute break. So come back in 5 minutes or we'll just start without you. I'm just kidding. See y'all later.
Okay, guys, 1 minute warning. Okay, I'm going to call the Operations and Customer Service Committee to order. I figure by the time I read all this stuff, everybody will be here, so we'll be okay. We are convened as of 9:02 p.m. I would respectfully ask that everyone attending this meeting, please mute yourself unless you are recognized to speak. Speak only when called on. As stated earlier, thank you all for joining us. Please note that under the current circumstances, the official meetings of the RTD Board of Directors are being held remotely in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. The official meetings of the Board of Directors will be held via Zoom for the immediate future and will be audio and video recorded. The meeting recordings, along with the unofficial minutes of the meeting, will be posted as soon as possible on the board's website. You can visit rtd-denver.com and scroll to the bottom of the page for the link to the Board of Directors page. Directors and members of staff, if you would like to be acknowledged, I ask that you raise your virtual hand and wait patiently for me to call you before proceeding to speak. Directors and staff participating by phone, I don't think we have any directors participating by phone tonight, can raise their virtual hands by pressing *9. To unmute yourself, press *6. We do not take public commentary during a committee meeting. Members of the public who are interested in speaking directly to the board are encouraged to do so during the monthly board meeting. For future meeting dates, go to the board's meeting portal, which is located at rtd.iqm2.com. We have 2 recommended actions on the agenda this evening. Our first recommended action is a motion for the Board of Directors to incorporate a land acknowledgement during its monthly board meetings. The text of the land acknowledgement is as follows. Although the chair of the board may choose to revise this text from time to time as appropriate, the RTD Board of Directors acknowledges that the land on which our buses and trains operate is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, Arapaho, and other contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to these lands. We honor our Indigenous elders who have traveled, inhabited, and stewarded these mountains, hills, and plains throughout generations. May this acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle the ongoing legacies of inequity of the Native and all historically oppressed peoples and recognize their current and future contributions in the district as we move forward. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Bouquet.
Second.
So moved, Rivera Malpetti.
Okay, I heard all kinds of voices. I think, unfortunately, Chair Malpieri, that I heard Director Bouquet first, and I believe that I heard Director Rosenthal as the second.
If it's okay, I will allow the chairwoman to be second.
Okay, I'm good with that. So I have Bouquet and Rivera Malpieri. I do not know if we have any staff to address this at this time. No? I think we're just going to go right on with this the way it stands. Are there any directors who wish to speak to this motion? I see Director Broom's hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder, is there some significant date during the course of the year that we might pick where we would use this statement on our agenda to acknowledge this without putting it on every agenda, because it just get lost and nobody will pay any attention to it if it's just there on a regular basis. With the Pledge of Allegiance, we usually say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I think that's a valid question. Would anybody like to speak to that? Okay.
I'll speak to it if you would like me to.
You may speak to it, Director Lewis.
Yeah, I'm typically Director Broom.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Oh, go ahead, Madam.
Okay.
I guess I'm not being heard.
No, you're not. I'm sorry. Now I can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to turn off my camera. Is it better?
No, it isn't better. But
Okay, I've just turned off my video.
there you go. You give it a shot. Director
can
Lewis,
you
I'll
hear
come
me?
back to you after the chair. Yes, Angie, we can hear you speak.
Director Broom, the whole premise of doing the land acknowledgement on a monthly basis at the board meeting is to honor the ancestral of the Native communities by the RTD Board of Directors. That it will be lost because one of the issues regarding forgotten for so long of this is to show respect to the land and to the tribes that have lived on these lands before any of us were here. And so that really, it really is a tone effect. I hope that answers your question.
Director Broom?
Well, I'm not questioning, your motivation for this. I'm just saying that I think it'll get lost in the shuffle by being on the agenda every month. If you could tie it with some specific meaningful date each year, and then take some time when that particular date comes up to speak to this, it'd be more meaningful than just printing this every month.
Okay, thank you, Director Broom. I think that's a valid viewpoint. Director Lewis, you were speaking. Would you like to continue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think it's much more appropriate for our chair to respond to that. And so I think her answer is sufficient and I'm happy to chime in if necessary, but you can go to the others.
Okay, I will go down. Happy to entertain discussion. Director Rosenthal, I see your hand up.
And thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I concur with Directors Lewis and Rivera Malpiedi. It was a pleasure working with both the chair and also Director Deschelle on coming up with this language. And as a Carta history teacher myself, and I think it's something that I always try to keep in mind that this is the sort of thing to keep it at the forefronts of our minds, that we always need to keep this, that we have to do more on equity and to keep in mind our Native American forebears who occupied the land more. And so I do believe it's important that we recognize them on a monthly basis at our main board meeting, and that we do say the pledge as well. But and I don't think it's necessarily going to be lost, and the meeting will be lost. With all due respect, my colleague, Mr. Broom, but I do see what he's saying, but I think it is important to do it on a monthly basis, and so I do support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Broom, I know we were kind of having a conversation and you expressed, do you have anything further before I go on down the line?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you, sir. You could put your hand down. Director, boy, they jump all the time. It doesn't work like it's supposed to work. I'm going to Catlin next. Director Tisdale, stand by. I see you.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I kind of
agree with Director Broom that I fear that the message might become diluted over time. But I think maybe for this next year, it would be important to recite it at every board meeting. I think it could be reevaluated to maybe if it does become diluted, that we could reevaluate it and put it after a year's time or some time to see if there might be a more significant date or event that we could tie it to and make it more ceremonial. So just a suggestion. I do not want it to get lost as just part of a routine recitation at the beginning of every board meeting. So that's just an observation and a suggestion.
Thank you, Director Catlin. Director Tisdale.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I have two comments and a question. First comment is I do want to thank the three directors who brought this forward for making the changes from the original draft that was submitted. I think they are very helpful, and I think it produced a positive and worthwhile result. The question is, and then I have a final comment, the question is, and I think it may help to address the concerns raised by Director Broom. We were told previously that both the General Assembly of the state of Colorado and the City Council in the City and County of Denver provide such a land acknowledgement at the beginning of their meetings. My question is, do they do that with the council at every council meeting? And for the legislature, do they do it every day of the session or just at the beginning? That's my question, Madam Chair.
I am not able to answer that myself. Yes, please, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
If I might, thank you. The Denver City Council does do it at every meeting, along with the Pledge of Allegiance. The state legislature, of course, is out of session, but I can show you that all of the Latino elected officials have been meeting and talking about this issue for quite some time and bring it forward at all of their meetings. So Director Tisdale, I would say to you that the indigenous elected officials have been discussing this, and in fact, they do bring it forward to all of their meetings.
Okay, all right, and I'm sorry, I thought the legislature had already approved it, so what I hear is that they're in the process of reviewing it, but you have answered the question. The City Council does it at each of their meetings, and I think that's helpful.
I hope that's helpful to you. Thank you.
The final comment then is the language in the draft is that the chair of the board may choose to revise this text from time to time as appropriate. Respectfully, whoever serves as the chairman of the board this year or next year or beyond, I'm troubled by the chair unilaterally changing language as to an expression on behalf of the RTD Board of Directors. That's not within the purview of the chair. I would respectfully suggest that this be restricted, and if necessary, I would make a motion to amend, to be that it may be revised by the board from time to time as appropriate, as opposed to the chair. But before I make that motion to amend, I would ask whether there is a consensus on the part of the movement and the second on this motion to accept that friendly amendment so as to adjust the language to read, though the board may choose to revise this text from time to time, just delete the phrase chair of the.
That would be Director Bouquet and Chair Vera Malpiedi. Ladies and gentlemen, are you okay with that modification?
Absolutely okay with that friendly amendment.
Thank you, Madam. Director Bouquet?
I am as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So the record would reflect that we've just simply stricken the words chair of the, so that it reads through the, though the board may choose. Thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Director Tisdale. Director Rosenthal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess just to clarify what Director Tisdale was asking about with, for example, Denver City Council and when they mention their land acknowledgement, my understanding is it's not at all meetings, which would include committee meetings, etc. I think it's just every Monday, their main council meeting when they have all the members present. That is my understanding. And that's why, my understanding is what this proposal is that we have it once a month at our main board meeting and not at all of our committee meetings. And I think that would also lend itself to making it more meaningful, which is what I think Director Broom was trying to get at, is like, hey, how do we make sure that when we do mention it, we mean it and it's more thoughtful? So that is my understanding. And I do support his amendment as well.
Thank you, Director Rosenthal. Mine also. Director Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this wholeheartedly. And to Director Broom's point, there has been some discussion about how territorial acknowledgements can be stripped of their disruptive power through repetition. And so I really appreciate him bringing up that point. And the purpose of this is really to begin to educate folks. And hopefully as a board, we are discussing how we really move beyond the acknowledgement into what it might look like for us to create policy, right? To support our First Nation folks, our Native folks, our Indigenous folks. And so I really appreciate this is a first step in that acknowledgement and that education. And then we can, as a board, begin to determine what it looks like to solidify some of these things in policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Director Tisdale, your hand is still up. Did you wish to speak again? Nope.
No, Madam Chair, I was just so enthralled with the discussion, I forgot to take it down.
That's okay. You would know that I'm worried about Robert's Rules of Order, but we seem to be getting along just fine right now. I would note for the record that the motion does state that to incorporate the land acknowledgements during its monthly board meetings. It does not say committee meetings, etc. So if I see no one else wanting to speak to this, I'd like to see if there's anybody who has the chutzpah to vote no on this action. I will take that then as 14 yeses, and Director Duchelle is not here, and this motion then will pass. Thank you all for that. Okay, I think I'm so far so good here. Robert, is he around? The next recommended action on our agenda this evening is for the Board of Directors to approve the September 2021 service change package as revised and summarized in attachment A, and to authorize the general manager or her designee to execute contract amendments as necessary for private operators whose service is impacted by these changes. Do I have a motion?
Tisdale, so moved.
Thank you. Second?
Director Lewis.
Thank you, Director Lewis and Director Tisdale for that. At this time, I'm going to ask our staff to present pertinent information, noting that this information was included in the packet. Please raise your virtual hand if you have questions, and be sure to state your name every time you speak. And I believe I'm going to call on Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Ford, COO. So I just wanted to, over the course of the last few months, RTD continues to, listen to our stakeholders and our customers so that they can provide input to our service change process, which helps us make future plans on how we deliver the service. By way of discussion, with the lifting of the public health restrictions and public gatherings, there's been an increase in requests for return to school and work planned for the September 2021 timeframe support the need for increased commuter service. The proposal contains a mix of service enhancements and adjustments that address the commuter school service patterns and contract compliance. The proposal service change to the current COVID-19 service plan implemented in April of 19th of 2020 and modified in both January and June of 2021. The proposal are a mix of formerly suspended commuter routes and routes with educational institutions. So when we're making determinations, we continue to focus in on the board guidance and principles that have been established. They focus on service performance evaluations based on the RTD service standards, the effects on the overall integrity of the transit network and transit-dependent markets, the availability of alternative service to affect customers, cost-effective distribution throughout the district and family of services, and the ability to enhance service when possible. Clearly, Title VI and Civil Rights Act benefits and services are provided without regard to race, color, or national origin. Also, disparate effects on low income and minority populations, and response to changes in the communities where services are provided. So these are the things that we look at as part of this process. And having said that, we've had 3 public meetings via Microsoft Teams, June 28th, July 1st, and July 7th, that garnered about 138 people. These meetings were also recorded. And with that, obviously there's detail that I'd like to turn over to Mr. Carter that's highlighted in your packet. And at that, so as I pass that on, we can take questions after that.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. This is Jesse Carter, Acting Senior Manager of Service Development. Just to go over some of the items that were kind of highlighted in the Civil Rights Committee. There were some changes to the initial recommendation that are, of course, highlighted in the board report itself. Those include the Route 20, where we're adding additional peak hour service per request that came through the stakeholder process. The routes 42, 45, and 121, those were in direct reflection of the Title VI review. And I have to say that so it's very clear that working with Mr. Green has been nothing short of a pleasure. He is very thorough and helped the team come to a service change that I think is that much more equitable. So with that, we also had to add in other changes that came through the customer service input to include additional service on the E and W lines later night service. We had planned on adding 1 additional trip in the southbound direction on the E line, but hearing from the community who are using our service to get home from late night work in the downtown area, it was decided that we should go ahead and reinstate the later service that runs as late as 2 a.m. in the morning on that rail service. So with that, that summarizes the changes that were added to. However, I should note, and I want to make sure it's understood that we're not tone deaf. We did hear quite a bit of a large request coming for the Route GS to be reinstated. And we certainly, given the number of comments coming from the mayor's office, coming from individuals who actually participated in the public meetings, it's something that we are certainly giving even more consideration. So with that, I wanted to make sure that the board members who have contacted me in reference to that particular change, that we're not tone deaf on the matter. We do understand and acknowledge that the request has been made. So with that, I would like to turn it back to you, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. We're open for additional questions at this time.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to say for the record that we all, I'm sure, really appreciate the work that you did on this. I did hear from a number of my constituents, and Mr. Carter, I did hear some feedback on happiness for people who have to work late and have to get home. So I see Director Broom has his hand up, so we'll go to discussion now. Director Broom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple items. Could you describe, I guess, how light rail service, like, for example, the H line, is impacted from a standpoint of how many runs are each day at 15-minute intervals versus 30-minute intervals and so forth? And what's proposed, how does that compare with the pre-COVID numbers?
Mr. Ford, I'm assuming that is you or Mr. Carter?
I think I'll ask Mr. Carter, and if we need to maybe bring in Dave Jensen, we can do that.
Okay.
Okay. Again, this is Jesse Carter, Acting Senior Manager of Service Development. Director Broom, in looking at the changes that were proposed for the E and the W line versus those for the, we currently don't have any proposals for the H line. Currently, the H line is running on something that reflects more of a weekend service level. So its span starts later than it would normally than in normal weekday service. And also its service frequency at times becomes 30 minutes instead of the policy headway frequency of 15. The same is true of the R line and other rail services. I do need to mention the fact that when we look at impacts to ridership, the light rail lines, not all rail lines, because University of Colorado A line actually has maintained 50% of its ridership as it stands right now. But the light rail lines in particular, they did see a harder hit to ridership. The H line is included in that, which retains somewhere between 20 and 30% of its ridership. So it's really difficult to support higher frequencies right now. Though I would expect that in September, as we go back to school and, as ridership builds up, we'll certainly have to monitor where things are at that time. I hope that answers your question. If not, please let me know.
No, I think you covered it. Thanks a lot. The other question I had was, have we been in contact with the Broncos? As I understand it, the Bronco ride thing it was stopped. And of course, last year, nobody was in the stands anyway, so it didn't really make any difference. But they say this year they're going to sell out their 77,000 tickets. And what I'm concerned about is if there's no bus service to bring people in, that means a lot of people are going to end up getting in their cars, and they're going to have a real tough time when they get down there and there's no adequate parking.
So Director Broom, or Madam Chair, if I can address Director Broom's inquiry.
Absolutely.
Yes, so thank you. The team and I have been looking at this, and I am preparing a board briefing document, which I plan to disseminate to all of you by the latter part of this week, recognizing that we just had a presentation as related to transit service equity. There's a myriad of different issues that we have to take into consideration, but more so working in conjunction with our operations staff, recognizing that we have been supporting over the past couple of days services provided to the Major League Baseball games. We were looking to leverage that as we go forward with the adequate resources we have. So at this juncture, as we talk about what we're doing with the Broncos, I am prepared to give you a more in-depth discussion because there's a myriad of issues as relates to ADA, federal charter regulations, Department of Transportation, rest periods for our operators, and then more so what's very prevalent, I'd be remiss to state that past practice of this agency had required our frontline operators to be mandated to work 6 days a week. And I cannot support that in good faith as we look at the potential exposure and risk to our frontline personnel that's paramount, especially as we look at providing service back to levels that are more in line with pre-COVID levels. So more information will be forthcoming this week, and we'll be more than happy to address those specific inquiries once you receive that information.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
You finished, Director Broom? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I believe that Director Rosenthal is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Thank you, Mr. Ford and Mr. Carter, for your really tremendous work. I know it's very difficult balancing a lot of lines that were either cut or eliminated. And how to restore service. So my question is, so first of all, thank you for your explanation about the light rail lines, and my question was going to be about the R line, but you already addressed that. First of all, thank you for restoring some service to the 153. Really do appreciate that's an important north-south line for a lot of high schools in Aurora. And then, but my question is regarding the 157 that goes from Buckley to City College of Aurora. What is sort of your thought process on restoring that service? Thank you.
Mr. Carter?
Okay, thank you, Chair Williams. Currently, I looked back and I had to, in speaking with Mr. Ford about, some of the comments that we've received and requests for services, I cannot, and I'm going to go back and double check, but I do not recall a request yet for the Route 157. And it's not to say that it isn't a genuine concern, because again, it's a place of higher learning, and therefore they are likely expecting more students back in school this upcoming year. But we just hadn't received anything from the Route 157. And you might recall at some point in time, the Route 157 was also up for service reductions due to its previous ridership performance. It's a relatively new route that was born out of the University of Colorado A-Line service plan and was a change to a former Route 169 that had a segment on it that did not perform very well. So it's currently not on the priority list, but we are more than happy to reach out to the campus and speak to what their needs are to see if there's something we're missing with regards to their request for service.
Thank you. That answers my question. Appreciate it.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Thank you, Director Rosenthal. I believe that Director Geisinger is next.
I actually think Director Sloan was ahead of me if she wants to go next.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you guys something. It changes on the picture, but I was told that if I go to my participants list.
All right, I'm happy to go.
Okay, there you go, because you're there.
I have a feeling we'll be talking about the same thing. Jesse, thanks so much for all of the work. I know that in my area, Natalie has done a great job and did a great presentation yesterday, and I appreciate and I think my constituents all appreciate what you've done. You mentioned the GS, and I was unfortunately out of town for the service change public hearings, but I understand there were something like 64 individuals that spoke. And then, of course, some of our biggest supporters in terms of buying eco-passes and supporting RTD was CU, School of Mines, Golden, Boulder County, the chambers, and I guess I'm wondering what you do to watch that, and what we would need to do to help bring that back. Is it potential sooner than January? My understanding, and I don't know all the specifics, is that pre-pandemic, the ridership overall was not great, but there sure were a lot of people saying that in those early morning and late afternoon hours, it was a busy bus. So I guess I'm just looking for more info.
Absolutely. Again, Jesse Carter, Acting Senior Manager of Service Development. Yeah, in looking at the Route GS, its overall performance over time hasn't been the strongest. However, we did have, as you mentioned, quite a few folks participate in the public hearing process that have written us as well, requesting that the GS go back. What challenges us the most is the amount of hours it actually takes. So for instance, if we were to do what was suggested by one particular person, very thoughtful in presenting a possible solution of providing 2 trips in each direction, that requires about a 14-hour service of the service hours to be expended to provide 2 trips in the AM and 2 trips in the PM. And that is a lot of time, a lot of operator time to actually do that. So trying to make it fit within the context of how we prepare our services would best be done through interlining our services between different routes so that the operators, or so that we create work that is cost effective. And right now at our current service level, we don't have an easy fix, something for it to be interlined to make it a reasonable and cost-effective service. It doesn't mean that we are not looking at our current run cut. We are in the process of creating the work shifts, and we're going to explore whether or not it would be possible to merge it with the work shift that might work to provide it in a more cost-effective manner. So it's something we want to continue to look at, and we'd like to have a conversation with both you and Director Sloan about this offline.
Thank you very much. And is that, does the number of hours, does that have to do with the length of the trip? We can do this offline too.
Yes, it's the length of the trip and the deadhead required to get to the start of the trip. So you're either deadheading. Unfortunately, this go around, we would have to put it out of our Platte division in downtown Denver. So we would be deadheading from Denver to Boulder to begin the route from Boulder going to the Federal Center. So that costs quite a bit of time to actually do that. And then in the opposite direction in the afternoon, we'd pull out from the Platte division, go to Fed Center, and then have to go up to Boulder. But then we'd have to deadhead the bus back from Boulder to Platte again. So it doesn't come at it's not a cheap run.
Great. And I'd appreciate a meeting with Director Sloan. I think Director Cook is affected as well. That's great. I would just also mention that I'm hearing a lot, and I know y'all are working on Heatherwood and some of those. The FF4 is different from some of the other FFs because it gets people to the other end of the 16th Street Mall. Also serves the Boulder Junction, the TOD. So I hope we're looking at that one as well.
We are, but we're also looking for indicators, looking at how the FF1 and FF5 are doing, and seeing if there's an increase in ridership on those that would, encourage us to say, hey, it's time to take a hard look at the FF4 and the FF2.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, according to my Zoom etiquette, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but Director Whitmore is next.
I was tempted to let Director Sloan go ahead, but I'm not going to mess with you anymore tonight, Madam Chair. So
good plan.
This is mostly for putting it on the record for my constituents. We've had some late concerns from some Adams County officials regarding amendment to a route that makes a little bit of a walk for some of the folks going to the Justice Center. So we'd like to take another look at it, but we've had some late information, and I probably needed to jump on this a few weeks back. So we're going to take that offline. I had a conversation briefly with Jesse and Mr. Ford. So, but I didn't want for any of the constituents who were concerned about that to take note that I hear him, and I'm visiting with the important staff members to see what we can do. So with that, I'll yield my time to either Director Cook or Director Sloan. Your pick.
Okay, well, thank you, Director Whitmore. And that is an interesting one because originally.
Oh my God, this meeting is still going on. I'm so glad I was like.
Are you serious?
Hello, people. We can hear you. It is still going on and we are serious. You need to watch your microphone there. Okay, so Director Cook and Director Sloan are going to flip a coin because you guys have switched roles, and we're going to go with Sloan. Sorry, Director Cook, stand by.
Oh, all right. And I would be happy to go. I have one question and then a comment. The question ought to be really quick. In the materials, there's a statement that says The public listening phase will begin this month as part of the September service change process. Both the stakeholder feedback and customer input will help inform RTD's future service plans. Are there more public comment meetings coming up this month?
I'm sorry, Jesse Carter, acting's,
Whatever.
I'm not sure what
Actor-
I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesse
Acting
Carter.
whatever.
With that, no, we have actually concluded the public hearing process, although the stakeholder process itself for the January service change will begin shortly. So no, we did conclude it as of July 7th. So that was the last public hearing and the last time we were accepting written comment.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I continue with
Please.
the comment?
You waited very patiently. You may speak.
Yeah, Jesse, Mr. Carter, that was a great explanation you just gave about the GS route and your decision-making process on that. And I would say that you can take pride in your service change process this time, first in coming up with an equitable change, and secondly, you've done really well in the public engagement process. People have, returning riders, continuing riders, potential riders, leaders of institutions have all weighed in. And that's impressive. So congratulations to staff on that. As far as the GS route goes, there was really enthusiastic participation in that process. I probably wouldn't be doing my duty as a representative of District M if I didn't make one final plea for the reinstitution of it. So that was my plea. But I would like to say that the engagement process is only halfway done when you listen. I think people would appreciate knowing that their comments were heard and that they there was a firm rationale that they couldn't possibly have known for the reason why their requests were rejected. And you just gave that explanation just now. I would appreciate it if there's some outgoing engagement process where you can let people know they were appreciated and this is what you're doing about it. This is why you couldn't give them what they wanted at this time. So I'd love to talk with you and the other directors offline about this.
Director, I couldn't agree more. And I truly do appreciate when the public does come out like that to ask for something to come back or to ask for a modification of service. That it actually encourages us to, take harder looks at things and to make sure that we're making the right decision. I will say that the team is still looking at and trying to figure out, is there a way of trying to provide that service that doesn't have too big of an impact on the number of operators? Because what's the other thing we have to stress, we do have a human resource challenge when it comes down to operators. So I certainly want to sit down and have a meeting with you. And if we have to craft communication for the former riders of the GS that explains where we are, and to kind of encourage them and give them the idea for certain as to when we would like to propose service be returned, I'm open to actually doing that.
Great.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, and yes,
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for indulging me. I just want to say, Director Sloan, thank you for your comments. And I think holistically, as I've been working with the team, we're trying to create a feedback loop for all. So when comments are provided, there is an understanding of the rationale, recognizing the deadhead time and the expensiveness of this route. And also, as we look at equity, using our service equity plan to guide our decisions, I think it's incumbent upon us to create a feedback loop for all information that's incoming to the organization. So thank you for broaching it, but I just want to put out holistically that it's a mechanism in which we're looking at perhaps to put something on our website or disseminate something in such a way so people do have a global understanding. So thank you very much for the opportunity to address that.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, one final comment.
Sure.
Because I'd like to conclude with a sincere thank you and to planning staff. I know they work hard and they work smart, and they had considerations that neither I or certainly the public cannot understand the complexity of the decisions you had to make. So thank you again. And with that, I conclude my comments.
Thank you, Director Sloan, and thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay, I'm going to ask Director Sloan and Director Broom to put their hands down unless they want another bite of the apple. And I'm going to give the floor to Director Cook, who has waited.
Well, no worries. Thank you, Madam Chair. So earlier tonight, or I was recalling that when these service changes were introduced, I thought that the net increase in our service level relative to the pandemic was about 4% or something. But earlier tonight, in response to Director Broom's question about finances, I think, CEO, General Manager Johnson, you said something about 85%. Do the changes since we approved bringing this to the public, do they amount to an increase to that level? Or where are we currently with that?
Director Cook, thank you very much. I was talking in a global sense of where we're trying to get as we were talking about the funds, i.e. 2023, 2024. Currently, we are at 64%. These changes will add about 6 to 7%. So we'll be hovering at 70%. Mr. Carter, can you confirm my statement is accurate?
That is accurate.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. That's helpful, actually, and it shows that we're making real progress toward ramping back up. I do agree with Director Sloan and Director Geisinger about this, the GS corridor. That is a kind of a key corridor that ties together some major institutions, NREL. It provides a connection between Boulder and Golden that doesn't require going downtown and then back out to the far reaches of the metro area. So I do think that's a real advantage of that route. I hadn't appreciated until now the impact of the deadheading. We don't have a West Metro like we have an East Metro. I hadn't appreciated the impact of that on the cost for providing the service. So thanks for elaborating on that. And then I just wanted to wrap up by saying thank you very much, though, for adding the 19 back to weekday service, and also really appreciate the focus on addressing in the ways that you are the areas that have seen a disparate and disproportionate impact and burden. So thank you very much, all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cook. Director Broom, do you need to speak to something again?
Yes, I had a request for some information. Prior to COVID, we were getting regular reports on how many vacancies we had as far as drivers and mechanics were concerned, how many people we had in various classes to become operators and so on. And I don't have any feel now for how many vacancies do we have, and are we going to be going back to mandated 6-day-a-week overtime as a result of adding, another 6% to our service level?
Director Broom, thank you. We have on our agenda an addition under discussion items about hiring and staffing that the people who are on this call are prepared to speak to. So if you can stand by for your answer for just a minute, we can move this discussion on and come to that one. Would that suit you?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Director Cook, your hand is still up. Ms. McManus's hand is up.
Yes, CEO General Manager Johnson's hand was also up.
I apologize, I did not see it. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you very much. I wanted to address Director Broom's question because that information is still provided to the board. It's done in the board briefing document that's disseminated. And there will be one forthcoming that includes how many operators are in classes. I just reviewed the one today that will be released to you all. So that is still ongoing information. It's just provided in a different format.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, we will talk more about that in a moment, but I have a mover as Director Tisdale and a second as Director Lewis. And I'd like to call for a vote on this recommended action. Oh, Director Lewis.
Sorry, I just have a quick question. It might be in the form of a comment. Director Sloan Geisinger actually reminded me that Jeff Becker would present to us the routes that were inside of the box that were productive and the things that were outside of the box that were unproductive. And it might be helpful. Well, for me personally, it would be very helpful if we might bring that back to the board in terms of, I know directors tend to have requests from constituents about routes that they'd like to reestablish or reinstate. And it would be helpful if we could see the productivity for the routes in that form as we are moving forward and making decisions, just because I intend to ensure that we are putting service out that is productive and that is cost effective and that is efficient. And that was one way in which it was presented to us that was easy to understand and to read.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
Mr. Carter, did you want to speak to that, or do we want to?
Absolutely. And thank you, Chair Williams. In looking at the performance, and we sometimes call that the Becker report. And from this point forward, I believe we will be referring to it as the Becker report. But the service performance report that's done on an annual basis takes a comparison of the previous year to the year in which it's given. So we are working on providing that data, but it's going to be a bit different because March 12th, 2020 marked a very big change to ridership when it comes down to RTD's performance. And because of that, we have to acknowledge that fact and kind of, temper our expectations in terms of, how the system performs. When looking at weekday ridership, we were happy to be above 300,000 boardings per day. I actually got really happy to look at the reports, our cursor reports, to see that we're finally back to about 150,000 boardings per day, which is, 10,000 more than when we were back in March of 2020. So yeah, we are planning to bring forth some data. It may be in a different way of looking at it because of 2020 being so different from previous years, but we're working to complete the service performance data as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carter. And if I might, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate you saying that. I suppose the request is for me personally, and in a way in which I might be able to articulate to my constituents when they request services that may have been discontinued due to COVID, how decisions are being made or what information is being utilized in order to be able to reinstate or not reinstate those services. And so it would just be beneficial for me because they asked me a lot of questions and I'd like to know the answers. Thank you.
I think we can all relate to that. Okay, if we are good for the moment, Mr. Carter, you good? Mr. Ford?
Yes, I'm good.
Ms. Johnson? Okay, so now I'm going to call for a vote. And the easiest way, we've been doing this lately, are there any no votes on this matter? Okay. I then have 14 yeses, no nos, and 1 absent. That would be Director Deschel, who is not here. Okay, we have 1 discussion item moving right along, and our discussion item was not on your agenda when it went out, but we thought we might want to have a little discussion about hiring and staffing related to a number of questions that came up over the course of the evening. And so I believe that Mr. Ford is going to give us some information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Ford, COO. I just want to kind of give you an update based on the discussions I've had with marketing and HR. There's a lot of activity around the hiring. New recruiting models have been established, proactive outreach to passive candidates. So we're not just posting and waiting for people to apply. We're actively recruiting. There's been a hire of 2 contracted sourcing specialists on board to help go and do outreach and support bus and rail operations. They've been indoctrinated so they really understand the business so they can know what to recruit for as well. Some of the other things that are going on, event sponsorships, Demir Speedway outreach. There's an event this July and August to attract mechanics and shop support. This week with the Rockies and the All-Star games, there's been ambassadors out there making people aware of the opportunities with RTD as well. So there's that. The Sim Narrow sponsor podcast was also been established. There's a 12 to 18 episodes that are supposed to take place. 2 episodes recorded already, and there's more to come. There's banners and bus exterior information, both on the king side and on the tail side. They're on the back of the buses and also the exterior of the bus advertising. We're hiring ongoing messaging that is also very prominent about RTD is hiring. There are also banners and posters on RTD facilities, park and rides, rail, interior boards. They're also inside, so you can see that. Ongoing messaging about RTD is hiring is also depicted in various strategic locations throughout. There's also print advertisement. The Westward full page ad has been out, and it kind of, I don't know if it's very visible here, but this is out, and there's going to be one on rail as well. Apologize for not having this on the screen, but again, there's a lot of focus on getting information out, move your city outreach. There's a video graphic focus also, and we're also engaging our employees that have been here, and they're doing kind of testimonials and talking about being part of RTD and what it means to them. So those are some of the things that we can speak to right now. There's other things underfoot, but just wanted to give some semblance of understanding about what we've been doing. This is not all of it, but it is something I wanted to bring forward.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. I'm sure that everybody appreciates hearing that. I know that everybody is concerned about staffing and about hiring and about mandating and about operators related to service. So I appreciate your input on all of that. I don't see any hands raised in question. Well, I'm sorry, Director Lewis. I should have known better.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just have one quick question. I know we had discussion. I really appreciate what you have presented to us, Mr. Ford. Previously, we had discussions about the exit survey data to see what operators might have been saying as they were separating from the agency, recognizing that recruiting is important, but retention is much more important, and how we keep folks. And so I was just curious if we had begun to collect maybe some of the survey data so that we might be able to assess from a qualitative and quantitative perspective on why people might not be staying with the agency.
Thank you, Michael Ford, COO. We have been beginning that process with HR and asking pertinent questions, so we have more of a baseline. The other thing I would add to that is we're also working on a way to kind of measure throughout the life cycle of an employee, from the time they come in to kind of each area that they start to move into, what's going on at that time, what are those triggers, what do we need to do differently to help ensure sustainability of our workforce. So we're kind of working on a life cycle as well, But in terms of your question about exit interviews, there have been focuses on that, and questions are being asked right now, so we can get more pertinent information to help us in our recruitment efforts. So I can assure you that the HR has been involved in that with us, and we are continuing that process, and it's more refined than it has been in the past.
Thank you so much. And I recognize with this strategic planning that this is probably something that's probably implemented in terms of metrics and benchmarks, that we're at the beginning phases of that. And so I just wanted to put it on the table, and I appreciate the work that you all are doing, recognizing that we are at the beginning phases of these things. So thank you so much. That concludes my.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Thank you, Mr. Ford. Okay, we are finished with discussion items. We have one thing that I'd like to bring up under other matters. I don't know how many of you have seen, I don't know what I did with the fantastic commemorative transit passes, but I would like to ask Ms. Tanillis if she has stayed up here with us tonight to speak to us for a minute about that.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good evening, everyone. So what Director Williams is talking about is the commemorative MLB Transit Pass, and all the board members should have gotten a supply of those as a nice keepsake and to distribute as you saw fit. Actually, in discussions early on in planning for the MLB activities, General Manager Johnson had mentioned that wouldn't that be kind of a cool thing to do? And our team was like, yep, let's run with that. And so we started to coordinate with Visit Denver and with the MLB partners that we're working with everyone here in the Denver metro region. And we were able to actually use the design, the logo, if you will, that was used for all of the MLB events. And so it was a great partnership. We printed up about 10,000 of these and had different distribution points, our sales outlets, King Soopers and Safeway, but then also MLB and Visit Denver were also distributing these, still are distributing them. There are still some available, and people who are baseball fans and just, I think, fans of transit or of any kind of commemorative kind of token, love these types of things. So we hope that you enjoy these, and it's something that maybe looking forward, we might do more of this as we roll out and launch our account-based ticketing system.
Thank you, Ms. Tanillis. Maybe we could have a commemorative for the GS route when it gets rolling again. Okay, I don't have anything else. If anybody else has anything, I see a hand, Director Geisinger.
I will keep this very quick. This will be one of my last quick updates on the Accountability Committee. They reached a final report, made a few amendments on Monday. I think I saw an email where the amendments went out to the committee today to proof them, get back to them tomorrow. So I expect they'll be submitted, at the end of this week or the beginning of next week. I know that Ms. Johnson and her team are working on responses, and I think we'll be getting us a timeline soon. We have 45 days to respond. Maybe Ms. Johnson might want to add to that.
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair. I plan to provide a timeline and a briefing about our path forward during the course of my oral report during the board meeting, as we should have better understanding and be in receipt or close to being in receipt of the draft. But I will share with you, I had the opportunity to speak with Directors Whitmore and Director Geisinger, and in doing so, we'll provide this body with draft responses in advance of any public discussion, so you all can formulate your thoughts, and then we can talk about them in public session and then have agreement going forward. But to the point that I raised at the outset, I will put forward a recommendation for the timeline, which we will do, recognizing that we'll probably have to have comments back in early September, recognizing that we'll probably get a final report around the week of July 19th, and looking at that would land us in early September with that 6-week time frame. But we want to be well in advance of that. So I will have more information in the next couple of days or the next board meeting. Yeah, the board meeting. Thank you.
Thanks.
Super. Thank you, Lynn, for that. Okay, I think I do not see any more hands. Last call. We're all going to turn into a pumpkin in a minute anyhow. So thank you all for all the information and your time. The next meeting, I believe, is August 17th. And I believe that we can stand adjourned at 10:06 p.m. Good night.
Thanks.